and there's been a lot of casualties in the volunteer community out here over the last 3 weeks. So it's absolutely, I mean, it's probably one of the worst working environments on the planet at the moment. And I didn't spend a lot of time in Bakhmut, but Bakhmut at least was predictable in the sense that it's chaos. And when you're there and you're delivering humanitarian aid, you at least know like they're not really paying attention to you. They've got different things to do. And in Kherson, it's literally just terrorism. They're targeting. They are absolutely going after anything that they can see that is a force multiplier or clearly marked aid vehicle. And there's just nobody's being spared. And we fortunately have gotten very lucky. There were a couple of close calls. I don't know if they were directed at us or if they were just incidental, but this place honestly scared me more the last 3 weeks than Bakhmut even. So yeah, it's bad. I mean, it's real bad. The flooded areas on the right bank, as Helena was telling us today, because we basically sat down to discuss with her, hey, we've got this budget. We deal really well with dealing with targeted needs. What do you need? What can we do to help? You know, we've got tons of volunteer hands and vehicles and a little bit of cash to spend if we can help in any way, let us know. And, you know, she pretty much said, as far as the flooded areas are concerned, any houses which were flooded, basically at this point just need to be completely demolished and rebuilt or turned into multi-story apartment buildings. And for the multi-story apartment buildings that currently exist, all of the electrical infrastructure has been completely destroyed. A lot of the plumbing infrastructure has been destroyed, and those buildings will be able to be remediated, but their budget is just not, they don't have the budget for it. They barely have the budget to even operate and function as a city. So it really is quite a dire situation. There's a lot of crews with DFNS and the fire service and other organizations that are working basically street by street to take whatever standing water is remaining and push it down towards the river. But even in some of these areas where they have tried to save some of the houses that were partially flooded, they have basements, and the basements are all stone foundation basements, and the water level and the water tables in the area has not receded enough towards its previous level, to the point where a lot of these houses, you go in, you'll pump the water out of the basement, and 3 days later it's full again. So we're looking at basically the entire geological structure of anything within that 8-meter elevation range from the previous river level being virtually completely different from what it was before.
But the stone foundations
so
the stone foundations give them the hope and therefore the possibility that they can dry them out later. I mean, that there's a chance,
yes,
as opposed to having wood pylons or the likes.
Right, exactly. And you know, I used to work in flood and cold disaster remediation when I was in college, and I started to approach the subject of, well, you know, we can go in there with trailers and we can take out all the drywall and then I realized as I was saying all this, I'm like, well, shit, like these houses are literally made out of mud brick or some cement amalgam from 60 years ago that's not really suitable or will stand up to being wet, and they're literally just falling apart. So, I mean, basically, even if you could, they would still end up being condemned on a structural basis.
That's the interesting part, that there's at least 4 villages on the left bank which are very, very old, where the houses actually go back for a long time, and where they have actually still used proper stone. So they might be lucky, given the fact that everything has been destroyed. On the right bank, however, houses were expanded when Kherson expanded after the 1920s, and those houses are literally all shit. Sorry.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, yeah. It's I don't know. It's kind of interesting because the good part is we well, not for this situation anyway, but when we were out in some other villages that had been shelled fairly heavily during the battles to liberate the region, you know, it's apparently really easy to repair physical damage, but yeah, when it comes down to this flooding stuff, it's basically a complete loss in 90% of situations. So, and
Chris, sorry, has
that
the
is,
frequency of artillery shelling changed in recent days?
it's increased quite a lot. I mean, I think that where before it was, your usual, afternoon and eveningly glide bomb attacks or rocket attacks. The downtown area probably gets hit a couple of times a week, and a lot of the outlying villages, where there's more military presence, might get hit. And I'm saying this, understanding the OPSEC of the situation. Like they know they've been shooting back and forth at each other over the city for months at this point, so it's a very static situation. But the frequency, I think, has increased at least during the initial disaster response phase, for sure. And it was very targeted and very deliberate, and at a much higher volume. And what became kind of apparent to us through talking to some people and reading posts and just kind of getting a general idea for what was happening is that I think, were using this as an opportunity to not only target civilian organizations, relief organizations as force multipliers and terror attacks and morale decreasing and all that, but also in an attempt to kind of draw military attention away from Zaporizhia or wherever else is really hot at the moment, to maybe take pressure off the counteroffensive as well. So it's what I saw was in some of the villages that are slightly to the west of Kherson, that are, I guess, not really villages, they're more like suburbs along the riverbank that we were working in. There was one particular day we were out there with a couple of vans and delivering a huge water tank and a bunch of humanitarian supplies. And basically the entire time there was a Ukrainian artillery position several hundred meters behind us or a kilometer off, and a Russian artillery position way on the other side of the river, that were firing at each other, and it was over our heads, and it was constant. Like every 2 or 3 minutes, there'd be one of them would shoot at each other. And I'm not talking like in a ballistic trajectory fashion. I'm talking like straight line of sight shooting, 1.5 to 2 seconds from firing to the report. So there were a lot, I think, of intense counter battery artillery stuff happening. I think that the Ukrainian artillery was really trying to suppress the ability of the Russians to be effective at disturbing humanitarian workers. But this was extremely accurate fire in terms of what was being launched into crowds of rescue workers and evacuees and stuff. It was not it's not what we usually kind of think of with Russian artillery, in the sense of, with the carpet bombing and the grid bombing for artillery strategy. It was very deliberate. One rocket, 1 or 2 rounds, and they would hit their mark or close to their mark pretty much every time.
That's just obscene that they're targeting relief workers like that. And I don't know what kind of losses there have been, but I mean, if there haven't been any yet, there's inevitably going to be if they keep that up. It's
Yeah,
crazy.
there have been quite a few, unfortunately. Just this last week, I know for a fact of 2 or 3 that have been killed. One that has been severely wounded, actually by a mine. And that's the other thing is the water had been basically the water turned into a minefield. I mean, there were butterfly mines in the water. The anti-tank mines that were close to the surface basically got ripped away by the flow and piled up together. There were a couple of videos actually on Twitter of these giant piles or chains of anti-tank mines that had washed up on shore in particular areas and then gone off. So very, very hazardous for that. But yeah, it's there's a couple of decently circulated videos of Telegram of Russian drones over these launch sites in in Kherson where the volunteers were working. And basically, scouting for targets, and they find this big boat launcher with a bunch of aid workers and evacuees. And then, a couple seconds later into the video, artillery round lands and blows up the boat. Like it's wild. I've never in 15 months out here seen anything like it. This intentional.
I just can't imagine the level of dehumanization it takes for the people that are actually running those artillery systems to see, clearly see relief workers trying to help and decide we're going to go kill them.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, which is worse actually. Don't we think it's not down to those crews to decide the targets? That must be a central order coming down from the headquarters, which is a war crime, actually.
Yeah. Which makes me think that this was very much by design and part of the broader scope plan. I think they very much knew that large amounts of aid workers would be pouring into the area if this happened, and short of trying to draw military resources into the area, certainly it was a shooting gallery. I mean, they literally could not miss, and I think they very much knew that going into this.
Yeah, but of course they do. We know this. They've trained this in Syria, so this should not come as a surprise even.
Exactly. Yeah. Unfortunately, very much so. But yeah, in the greater region, of course, this is amplified by the fact that there's generally more activity in that regard. Berislav district is very, very much constantly under attack both on the Russian and Ukrainian side. And right there, I mean, this is basically where the dam was. So in that district, the width of the river, the separation between lines is very small. There's zero obstructions, which makes the work of aid workers even that much more difficult. And when I was there in November, they literally told us we were going there to help out with evacuations and deliver humanitarian aid and stuff. And they literally told us, do not park on a street where you can see across the river because this is close enough that snipers and spotters can see you. Which is really, really unnerving. But kind of carried that, I guess, into our operational schema, paranoia, pretty much into this operation as well. But now, we're looking at doing more work in the villages and in the greater region. That's what we do, and this concern is very much coming up again. And now with significantly less water between us and that side. But the villages in the greater region have experienced virtually the same level of destruction. The problem is that a lot of these outlying villages were built by design very much closer to the water, and so a lot of them experienced on a percentage basis a much higher degree of destruction. And the very, very fragile electrical infrastructure that they have, very fragile water infrastructure that they have, has all been completely destroyed. So the good news is we had a conversation, like I said, with Helena today, the mayor, and we also had a conversation with the water authority, the municipal water authority, and the head surgeon or head doctor at the hospital in Kherson. And so far, they don't really see a very large rise in cases of cholera or other waterborne illnesses. I read a report maybe a week or two ago that there had been a handful of cases that had popped up, but at least on the right bank, it seems like that situation has been sort of curbed by just the sheer volume of fresh water that has been brought in by both volunteers and the administration. And people obviously know not to drink it, but in terms of the left bank, we can't say the same. What option do you have when you start to literally die of thirst and there's no alternative? There's no support. Obviously, there's no humanitarian support from the Russian side, period. The elevation on that side of the river in many areas, especially downstream, is much lower. in the first place. So there's all of the wells have been flooded and contaminated. All the water's been contaminated. There's no effort being made to clean up corpses or dead animals. There's cemeteries and burial cairns that have been washed out as well, which, if I'm not mistaken, is basically how Ebola started in Africa. So, I mean, there's a lot of scary prospects, I think, for the left bank that obviously are very much not being addressed. And if there was one reason to push those motherfuckers off the left bank, that would be it, to address that situation, because at this point, that entire population is 100% at risk, and I think their survival would be based on luck.
Yeah, there's a law currently being held up by the White House. They don't want it to be passed. It would be the resolution which allows the DoD to actually give ATACMS as a reason for it, because by that means they would have long-range missile capacity, would kill off the Russians far further behind the line, which would force their forces closer to the combat zone. I know it sounds counterintuitive to most, but would force them to change their posture. They would not be able to keep themselves there supported, and within a few days you would see them having no artillery shells going further. As a consequence, they would leave. But it seems that someone in the White House finds it completely tolerable to have thousands and thousands of Ukrainians die of thirst, cholera, pestilence, and artillery fire. These are very moral times, are they not?
Yeah, imagine that. Hey,
what do you think would happen if Mr. Sullivan's house, which recently seen an intruder of sorts and evidently was protected by the Secret Service, despite the fact that the Secret Service was not alerted? Just imagine if Mr. Sullivan's house was underwater and his family were threatened by this. Jesus, I think we'd have a decision for the ATACMS in how many minutes? What do you think?
Yesterday. Well, yeah, and I think that the core problem in that experiment is that typical social dilemmas and social experiments of that manner don't really apply to those people. So,
what do you think would happen if Mr. Sullivan were exposed to watching this? Because I do remember that, people should watch, just for if they ever have time, should watch Charlie Wilson's War, because there was someone brought to a camp to witness what happened to the children who were killed by the Russians in theater. It's enough.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Chris, for reporting on this, and thank you for what you do.
Yeah. Absolutely. Nope. That's same thing I tell all the Ukrainians that say the same thing to me. I absolutely consider this the world's responsibility to stand up to tyranny once and for all and to stop this. And for what it's worth, I plan to be here for 3 weeks, and then I found a home, so I can't imagine being anywhere else.
I have a question. Maybe it's a rhetorical one, but have you, during your work there, have you observed anybody from the Red Cross or any of the larger organizations being there for anyone?
So the Ukrainian Red Cross is very effective. They go pretty much anywhere anybody else goes. I do think that they have a tendency maybe to support the larger population centers, which is probably partly due to their current means. As far as the International Red Cross and the UN are both concerned, and as far as I'm aware, the UN I don't think is even being allowed into the Kherson region, and I don't exactly know why. But I have seen a lot of their cars in Mykolaiv. Very clean, but nothing in the way of even so much as a water truck, I think, has made it down to Kherson that was associated with either of those organizations.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you. It's depressing. Thank you.
Yeah. We were just having this conversation.
Chris,
today. I know
could you do me a favor? Could you please, for the audience, describe the cars used by the United Nations and the International Red Cross, which you've seen in Mykolaiv? Could you also please highlight where they reside in Mykolaiv?
We have seen them in front of a lot of restaurants and nice hotels, and they are always pristine white. In fact, I don't think in the entire time I've been here, I've seen a single dirty Red Cross or UN vehicle. But they're always beautiful cars kitted out with snorkel caps and ready to go, but they don't. And I mean, for contrast, when I was in Algeria, like 5 years ago, I guess at this point, I was nobody. I was literally ferrying an airplane, and just so happened to have a layover in Algeria, and I had a double Humvee escort through the city to get to my hotel, which was very much like a compound. It had cement barricades, razor wire, and all of this kind of stuff. And there's, by comparison, literally no response here. And I can't for the life of me figure out why.
Nice
Actually,
hotels and restaurants, right? So they found them in Mykolaiv.
Yes.
It's interesting. I always thought that they only find them in Kiev and in Lviv.
Yeah, I don't know what the motivation is. I will say I only saw them in one spot here. It was 4 white SUVs, and I think I may know within a relative degree of certainty which SUV had that infamous banner pasted on it last week. But yeah, it's as far as I know, they are not being allowed down into Kherson, whether that's by their own design or due to some administrative function. I know media still is not allowed down in Kherson, so I don't know if that's maybe following the same pattern.
Well, they don't have security guarantees. That's they're negotiating the security guarantees with the Russians, which I'm quite sure the Russians will give as soon as they've ceded ground and have left Crimea. In the meantime, they can eat out in Mykolaiv, and maybe later on, when the first proper restaurants without artillery, counter-artillery, or counter-battery artillery fire protection open up in Kherson again, I'm quite sure they'll find a way. If we only could create a 5-star hotel at the bunker,
right? I would be the first guest. I will say that what I have seen a lot of actually in terms of big name organizations is UNICEF. I honestly, it's been such a blur. I'm trying to remember if I saw them down at Kherson proper, but they have been trucking in a enormous amount of rebuilding supplies into especially the Mykolaiv Oblast. I'm sure also they are probably only allowed to go into the occupied oblasts, but they've got a lot of humanitarian resource tents set up. There's even one still in Bucha, actually. But they had dropped off something like 38 pallets of roofing material in one of the villages outside of Mykolaiv that had been virtually destroyed. So, as far as the scorecard is concerned, I think UNICEF is pulling their weight in that regard. But it's as far as UN and the actual Red Cross, it's a big sore subject for those of us out here, for sure. Because they have mountains of resources and personnel and equipment and the ability and their influence international politics and all of this, and yet we're not seeing any of that.
We should just make sure that all the names of the UN troops on site, everybody who's from the UN and in those wonderful vehicles on site, all these names should be taken by the SBU and put in a register. And if soon as in the next few years, if and when they make their wonderful social media appearances in the next few years, there's always going to be a reminder: you did nothing when XYZ happened.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because that's the next thing that's going to happen. In 4 or 5 years, they are going to tell us the stories that they were under shelling in Mykolaiv. Once they were essentially not doing what you are doing, what Julia is doing, what everybody else has been doing there amongst you, but they've been sitting somewhere safe.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah.
Chris, if I could jump in here just really quick. Your story about delivering under shelling or witnessing back and forth shelling going on across the river was reminiscent of one other aid group that has not been mentioned yet, who has been down there doing good work since you first went down there and I had to bring you the Jeep, and that's World Central Kitchen. Jose Andres was there in Kharkiv, what am I saying? Kharkiv, in Kherson back in November or December, a long time ago. And he told me personally, I had the pleasure of meeting the guy and we stood there and talked for a couple of minutes. And he mentioned that they had to transition essentially to a flash mob setup of delivering truckload quantities of food into Kherson city proper, because if they announced where the truck and the delivery food point was going to be a day in advance so people could prepare and come and collect food to feed themselves, the Russians would take pot shots with artillery at them as well. So they're not doing anything different now than they were doing 6 months ago. They just have a lot more targets now because they created a much bigger calamity.
It's a war crime. It's not calamity. It's literally a god awful.
You're exactly right.
It should be treated like a war crime. There should be a heck of a lot more done because there's nowhere near the international support that should be there helping us out. It's absurd. You know that the Red Cross and the UN officials apparently have enough time to get their cars detailed when there's this going on. You know what's the point of them? You know, I mean, if they're going to wait around for security guarantees from the Russians, well, you know, you guys are going out there and, you know, doing what needs to be done right now. I mean, I think that's an awful shame. I mean, it's
honestly, you know what I think is really going on here, as best I can tell, is they are collecting and documenting war crimes. They're not there doing humanitarian aid. They're not there helping people out or doing stuff that, you know, provides any relief in the moment, but they're documenting for posterity purposes what these people have endured. That's the only thing I can put together of why they have a presence there and they don't seem to be doing anything actionable.
Well, it's very, very nice that you've been there at the end of the Hittites without helping them. At least you found out what happened.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter if they record what happened if no one does anything about it.
You know what the funny thing, Prime, is the good thing about it, and Chris will remember this, and Chris is from a different area in the Anglo sphere, but usually we would have assigned this kind of pragmatism to say, fuck it, we're gonna solve the situation first and then deal with the rest later. We once assigned this to Americans, specifically people from Texas, you know, Louisiana, Alabama, those kind of guys, and to Michigan, Wisconsin, states where people, you know, or let's put it this way, Wyoming, Montana, where a very large percentage of the sons and of those areas were sent to wars in far-flung places to fight for the right thing. What are we fucking waiting for? And I'm not saying that you have to send your sons and daughters. I'm just saying, why don't you release the full might of the arsenal of democracy? I mean, just when you have a moment. I mean, don't feel stressed. You can do it still. Anywhere between half of a century, you know, it's okay. It's only going to be a couple of 100 million people dead, but don't worry, don't stress.
Well, you see, the way we do our accounting and so on, I mean, things only happen in certain fiscal years and it has to be budgeted. for a while, and also inventory controls and other commitments that we may have, and it's all the kind of redundancy and so on that we plan. It just doesn't fit like the plan or the consideration. So eventually we'll get around to it. So yeah, I mean we're doing.
Is that the American version of Yes, Prime Minister?
Yes, it is, but unfortunately, there's a lot of truth to that too.
All right, let's go back to Chris. Chris, what else is happening? What are you doing? What are you going to do next?
You can always count on the Americans to do the right thing, but only after they've tried everything else.
Chris, can you hear us? Whilst we're reminiscing about what we think Americans should be doing.
Oh, sorry. I guess my mic was off. My bad. Yeah, I was making a lot of lamentations in the background. You didn't hear them. Yeah, I guess we never responded in an election cycle. That's the other thing too. It's bad for politics. But, yeah, as far as we're concerned out here, we have a little over half of the budget of what was raised so far, which we do have a special fundraiser for the Hukoka Dam. We were all blown away entirely when we came down in the first place. Literally, I got out of bed at 9 o'clock in the morning, and Julia was like, "Holy shit, they blew up the dam. What are we going to do?" And her and I had to go to Oslo in 4 days to go to the Oslo Freedom Forum conference, which is a big deal it's a big deal in general, but it was a huge deal for us because it's literally a 15-year-long, massive high production value conference with every big name in actual human rights activism world present. So this was a big deal to be able to go there and speak to this JUN, this event in general. And I looked at her and I was like, well, we have to. Like, there's nothing else. Like, we have to, even if we go down there for 3 or 4 days, let's just throw up a fundraiser. Let's see what we can get and do what we can. And then the fundraiser exploded. And we adopted, I think, 5 or 6 new volunteers, including a Ukrainian doctor. And within about 6 hours, had one donor bought us a new Ford Transit van. And we had a doctor on staff, we had a nurse on staff, we had 6 new volunteers, and we loaded up like 6 tons of aid and headed south. And it was wild. It was a whirlwind. It was the most busy, tiring, exhausting, like 4 or 5 days of any of our lives. And we basically thought, hey, we'll get a couple $1,000 or something in this fundraiser. We'll fill up. We'll go down there. We'll figure out what's needed. We'll fill up we literally drained our entire warehouse. The basement is empty, by the way. And we thought, hey, we'll get a couple $1,000. Go down there. We'll take what we can. We'll figure out what's needed. Help out where we can. And anybody else sitting at this table with me right now will attest. My first thing was, we're not getting on the water. None of us knows jack about water rescue. None of us knows jack about the situation. We're not search and rescue people. And then I think in the first 12 hours of being there, we were on the water because that was what was needed. And it was such a dynamic environment. But the cool thing was that we got so much support in this fundraiser and from other communities that were buying us boats and waders and everything else, that it actually allowed us to expand our scope of work down there to support a few other really, really awesome organizations. And we called in some favors from some friends who were able to bring down IBC water cubes for another organization that we're working with. They're called British Expeditionary Aid and Rescue. Before, it was the 2 of them in one van delivering like 2,000 liters of water at a time. They set up all these 1,000-liter water tanks everywhere, and they were driving around making sure people had fresh water. And then I called Sasha. Sasha sent down a volunteer with a van and trailer and 6 IBC cubes. And we're giving them, well, not giving, but lending them our Ford Transit van and 2 volunteers who were with us. So in the span of like a week, we were able to triple their output capacity. And from there, we got connected to the Greater Good charities who were running a project with them. delivering water containers, self-sustainability kits for water self-sustainability to villages in the eastern regions of the Kherson Oblast. And it kept developing, and we kept just trying to push resources every direction we could. We had a team down in water and a medical tent set up for people coming out of the water who needed to be decontaminated and evaluated, for volunteers as well. And then now going forward, we Julia and I went to Oslo and we spoke to a lot of people about what was happening down here. It was a very unique and timely experience, I think, for us to be able to go out there and advocate for the situation, of which we found there's very little publicly available information unless you were really digging, like most of you are. And so it was, I mean, in the tragic sense, it was very nice and very cool to be able to be there and talk to people about what was actually happening and what we were actually seeing as a result of this disaster, and kind of bring some awareness to the community. So moving forward, we will be partially working on this project with Greater Good Charities. There are about 70 other villages outside on the east side of the West in the Kherson that either were gravely affected by the dam disaster and do not have water security, or generally speaking, a lot of these villages have extremely outdated water infrastructure, and they are not able to get clean drinking water very, very effectively. They call it technical water, which is a term that I had never heard until I came out here. But their water supplies, generally speaking, it's a very heavy agricultural and mining region. And all of these villages are downhill from all of that activity. So their localized water supplies, generally speaking, are very, very contaminated with heavy metals, pesticides, and chemical fertilizers. And now, because of the dam disaster, there's diesel and oil and chemicals, and then you've got biological concerns on top of that. And we're just trying to work as fast as we can to get that problem addressed. And then beyond that, there are a couple of other villages on the west bank of the river that are still being affected by flooding. We just found out more information about that today. Not anything that I can speak to particularly that's detailed, but we're finding more information about that. And
one quick question. You said you're working toward the goal to provide them with drinking water, and you mentioned that the industrial water, and specifically more the agricultural irrigation type of water, that's not going to be provided there, right? That's going to be missing for the observable future, right?
Yeah. So separate from what I would call local water supply, a lot of these villages have boreholes that are probably 100 to 130 meters deep in most areas. So they can pull up water that's generally speaking fairly clean, but has been contaminated by mining activities and agricultural activities. So for the civilian populations and their day-to-day needs, it's a different subject. But in terms of agricultural water supply, 100%. The biggest, as we were talking to Helena today, the mayor in Kherson, she was relaying her biggest concern is all of these low-lying areas that were agricultural hubs or farm fields are gone. They've been completely wiped out. Anything that was planted there is dead. So you have a significant portion of agricultural environment that has been washed away for this particular year, which means that the harvest is especially for this region. And as she was explaining, she's saying, this particular region, the Kherson region is responsible for a huge percentage of the overall production of agriculture for the rest of Ukraine. And she was saying, this is going to affect not just Ukraine, it's going to affect Europe, it's going to affect Africa, it will affect America. And beyond that, with having the reservoir drain, you no longer have irrigation water available, as you were saying. There are areas that have been pulling their water from the river level, from the reservoir at its previous level, that now those inlets for that water acquisition has been completely dried up. So we are really looking at, not just an ecological disaster, but an environmental one, in the sense that the agricultural production capabilities of these places are going to be completely nullified. And generally speaking, in normal terms, yeah, sure, you could get down there and you could install more pipe and you could reach the river level and access that resource. But also, as Helena was saying today, any attempts in any part of the river region that have been made by repair services, for technicians, or workers, has immediately been addressed by the Russians with rocket artillery firing. So you can't even work on the existing infrastructure, let alone install structure that will extend their capability to acquire water. And so the big concern is that vast portions of the Kherson region will literally turn into an agricultural desert, simply because they do not have the water supply resources. There are huge canals spanning hundreds of kilometers, either underground, 4-meter wide pipes, or above ground 4-meter wide pipes. So they've got actual literal canals that were constructed with pumping stations to take this water out of this reservoir and let it travel. And those don't have, they can't fill them anymore. Even in the Mykolaiv Oblast, there are areas, for example, Bashtanka pulls its water, and that's like an hour and a half drive north of Mykolaiv even. They pull their water from a spot in the Dnipro River that's 35 kilometers away. So it's the effects of the lack of water in this reservoir are going to be resounding and catastrophic for the entire Gulf regions, really, as well as downstream regions.
How would you qualify the level of contamination? Because you mentioned it's contaminated with industrial products, oils, fertilizers, pesticides. That will ruin the soil for sure, but that must as well impact at some point the water table and the underground waters as well, isn't it?
Yeah. Diesel, fortunately, and a lot of crude oil products and things like that, there are microbes and bacteria that are able to process that. So over time, those will biodegrade. But anything in the gasoline spectrum, chemical fertilizer spectrum, which in too large quantities is toxic, and a lot of other spectrums will absolutely destroy salts. I mean, there's so many different varieties of chemicals that can potentially make the soil usable. And at least in the initial, at least for the next year and the rest of the season, because it's fairly early in the growing season still, they will not be able to use that land, and all of the harvests from the spring planting season have been lost. So it's hard to say, I think, what the long-term effects will be, of course, over the course of a year or 2 or 3 years. There will be a lot of soil erosion and things like that takes place, and there may be a possibility that soil becomes viable again chemically. But there were even on the right bank where we were at, west of downtown Kherson, there were the water just looked like an oil slick. Dogs and cats that we were pulling out of the water were just covered in some form of oil or oily chemical. And that has all, of course, washed out into the Black Sea. There's been a lot of alerts that have been put out. Don't eat dead fish on the shoreline. Don't They even said in the Delta region of the outlet of the Dnieper River going into the Black Sea near Odessa, they said don't fish, don't catch anything out of the ocean, don't eat anything that is coming out of the ocean at this point. And it's so that is an entire other ecological and environmental disaster in and of itself that we probably won't know the effects of for a while. But the left bank, as we've been told as well, is still extremely contaminated. It's at a much lower elevation than the right bank. It's a lot of very flat grasslands on the opposite side of the river. And so the retention for those chemicals, even after the floodwaters have receded, is still going to be very high. It's going to affect the water, the groundwater. It's going to affect the soil. It's going to affect everything in that area, I think, for a long time, especially because it's not even remotely being addressed by the Russians on that side at all, let alone the corpses and the dead dogs and everything else.
It's quite depressing, really. Axel, Ryan, you have your hand up. Please go ahead.
I was just looking up some statistics while Chris was explaining this situation, and according to the Ukrainian Agricultural Ministry, this dam collapse has left 94% of irrigation systems in Kherson without a supply of water, and also 74% of the irrigation systems in Zap and 30% in the Dnipro region. So this is a huge amount of the water supply that creates the wheat and the other agricultural products that Ukraine is known for.
And if I remember correctly, Chris said that the inlets for the irrigation canals are at levels which can't be satisfied without the dam being there, right? So without restoring the dam, which is a multi-year project, there won't be irrigation in Kherson at the known levels.
Well, they can
on top of
draw water from a ground source depending on how far down the water table is and pump water to fields. But if they don't already have that infrastructure set up and they've been relying on dikes and culverts, then they're not going to be able to do it.
And on top of it, we have the contamination. The water might be contaminated.
And on top of that, God only knows how much of the topsoil was washed away. Ukraine is known for its abundant amount of topsoil and how deep it goes. But when water comes washing through low-lying areas like that, it takes a lot of the good soil with it.
Honestly.
Yeah.
Precisely.
It's unbelievable. It's believable. I shouldn't be feeling the sweat jar now, but believe me, all I can say now is just unprintable.
Really, it's and of course they don't have to think about the consequences. And other than literally creating the worst ecological disaster in Europe since Chernobyl, maybe stalling or trying to stall some convoluted attempt at stalling the counteroffensive. I don't get it. I don't get what the aim was, other than to literally just make Ukraine and Ukrainians and everybody else suffer as much as possible.
I mean, that's what terrorism is, though, isn't it? And that's exactly what you're describing. That's what terrorism is involved in. That people look. Sane people who want people to get on with and the rest of it, they wouldn't consider these things because they don't make sense. But that isn't the standard way of the Russian thinking anyway. If we think about pretty much how they even look after their own environment. It's all pretty tragic. I've been mapping out occasionally. I've been mapping out some of the flood stuff from the data from Sentinel, and it's really quite tragic. And what's going to happen in the next 2 years, right? So let's just assume they're able to push them away, and they can put a temporary dam in and start filling that up. It's still going to be a multi-year event, though, isn't it?
It really is. there's no money for it either. The budget for the Kherson region is it's tiny. Even if they pulled the existing resources from the surrounding regions.
The temporary dam, i.e., something that will hold back water, shouldn't be an expensive component, right? Where when you think about infrastructure projects, maybe that's something because the EU has earmarked, I think, 50 billion over 4 years. Maybe that some of that money can be used to that, and it wouldn't the temporary dam components, right? And that's the bit to fill the structure. And then there's the create the new hydroelectric dam, because one of the things that you just said is that because you've got all those pumping stations, they need their electricity from somewhere.
Oh, sorry. I don't know why. Sorry, we're at a restaurant. Yeah, oh, thank you. Sorry, 1 second. Yeah, I would imagine that this would absolutely be an investment threat to the entire international community to address this problem, like as fast as possible. Restoring the water supply to a point where agriculture can be restored absolutely should be a concern of every international community that has anything to do with Ukraine's agricultural trade. The few UN people that I've actually met and talked to out here, there are a couple that are working on, for example, last year, long-term grain storage solutions, helping them beef up their infrastructure for that. That's not bad because they were having such a hard time shipping it out of the country. And I just got to think, like, if the statistics exist to prove and to support the fact that Ukraine's agricultural success is literally the linchpin that is tipping the scales on world hunger. So I would absolutely hope that some sort of international response comes together to try to restore that as soon as possible, because the first place to that, let alone our shelf prices in countries where we don't have to worry about an immediate impact, is Africa, Laos, Cambodia, any of these places that are reliant on grain trades are going to be decimated by this in years to come.
Yeah, and that's going to increase the cost of grain and all of these things. So it is in the world's interests to fix this problem quickly, right? And not decades. Fix it as quickly as possible, because if grain prices go up and anyone who's dealt on markets, you might just even have a difference of 1%, and the Ukraine's grain to the rest of the world is equal to way more than 1%. A 1% change can make a dramatic change in price to grain in countries that are desperate for it. It is utterly tragic.
Yeah, absolutely. And I've seen statistics that show that Ukraine produces to 10% of the world's annual wheat yield alone, just wheat. And we're talking about a wide range of agricultural products that exist out here. Oil pricing, not crude, but in terms of cooking oil and stuff, crude oil prices skyrocket. You have rapeseed fields, you have sunflower fields, and things like that. That were decimated out of a huge oil crop, and it's really depressing to think about. Unfortunately, like even if the international community jumped on this tomorrow and somehow secured some sort of alleviation strata with Russia to be able to go in there and do this project, restore water to these fields, which I doubt, because that's part of the deal. Although a little more, and that's actually a phrase that I've heard used a lot recently, is this is going to be the next Holodomor. And even if the international community were able to get in and restore water access, these dikes and these waterways and everything tomorrow, We don't quite yet know the ecological impact of contamination of the field. Like Ryan said, topsoil being removed and deteriorated, and chemical contamination and things like that. Plus, they have lost out on their entire summer harvest. Now we're getting into the planting season for a lot of sunflower crops. Rapeseed is almost over. It's basically matured. Pretty much the only other things they plant going into the wintertime and winter wheat. And that has a very short grow time and a very low yield. It's impossible to make up with loss. It's very hard due to this event. So it's going to be a very hard year, regardless of
yeah, it's going to be, and I suspect the crisis as a result of the water will be bigger. Now, listen, I came in late to this conversation, Chris, because I've been doing other things. I've been doing manly stuff, digging holes in a garden. Anyway, one of the things, so the floods. So when we look at the Kherson area where the floods and the rest of it, but nothing goes past the Oleshki area, right? So that'll be, that part is while terrible, is relatively localized, right? So, but it's the real ongoing problem will be the stuff for the stuff that needs irrigation, I suspect. Yeah, and that, as you said, is a multi-year problem. Gosh.
Absolutely, yeah. I said this earlier on too, that without an immediate withdrawal of Russian forces and the ability for governmental and humanitarian organizations to get in their left bank to do something, the survival of those people in the low-lying villages close to the water is really a matter of luck. It's the conditions that I have been told exist over there right now. They literally said the water is black. It's black with oil, it's black with contaminants. We have dead animals floating around, and we have dead bodies. We have to carry these bodies uphill to find a suitable place to bury them. And they don't have electricity. Obviously, their water supply has been totally contaminated, even for the places that have some form of groundwater capability. And even then, with the electrical supply, if your electrical supply is cut, then so it's an untenable environment. As you go downstream, the left bank tends to dip in elevation quite a bit to some low-lying grasslands, and whatever was on that side down there. I know Oleshki has a decent population. A lot of evacuation requests came from there as the Russians, I believe, pushed their lines back about 15 kilometers or something during the initial days of the flooding. I guess one quick happy lucky note here is the idiots decided to start marching back in as the water was receding and didn't address any of the biological constraints and not at all getting sick and dying. But that's their problem and our boom, I guess. But just speaks to how toxic that environment is right now. Even just using that as a measuring stick.
And you said that there's the cleanup process, getting the stuff that's needed, those bacteria that will break down those petrochemicals and the rest of it is getting. I mean, there's the logistics task of getting that stuff into the region as well, and of course the costs that go with it as well.
Absolutely.
Because because that stuff's not donated, isn't it? So people don't go, oh, here, have this for free. Someone's charging for it.
Yeah, and there's a lot of very effective donors out there that have, just in my conversation with Helena, that they have gone to solving quite a few problems, but without the budget to really address the greater issues, pretty much the only way forward to address the ecological situation is to have international involvement. I don't know too much whether there are other international bodies that are focusing on agriculture. I know the UN does have a sector that's doing that. They were focused on grain storage last year. As far as analyzing soil health, and reintroducing healthy biomes. I'm not sure. I mean, they're probably literally sitting around the table talking about this right now. How do we prevent this from becoming a global disaster for years to come? But the other problem is without the region being evacuated by the Russians and their security guarantees being obtained, they literally can't or won't get in there to do anything about it. So.
Yeah, so the engineering problem of the temporary dams, so we said that can be going quite quickly, but they need to have pushed those Russians back, and they need to have pushed the Russian artillery back, right? So they're out of range. They're never going to be out of range of their missiles, but their missiles probably don't have the accuracy that they need. To hit something like that. Maybe they will, maybe they don't, but they would probably need to use a lot, right? But when you've got an piece of infrastructure like that, then you would assume that there would be some sort of that, because it's so important to Ukraine. You would assume that they would have some sort of air defense that would protect that infrastructure from further damage. Yeah. Sure. Well, you would hope, right? I mean, America has some of these systems that can help. I don't know. So yeah, I think Hawk works against cruise missiles. So I mean, probably doesn't work against ballistic, but against cruise. So they could put a Hawk system in there that would give that sort of area the protection, but they really need to clear the artillery away, right? So once they've cleared the artillery away, then they could start the general purpose of fixing that, right? And the water is so low there that I mean, you don't really need a lot. As you've seen, I've mapped out. I've done a couple of animations for the last 10 days, and you see the pictures of just above Nova Kakhovka. And how there's just zero water in there. So putting something in that would start holding the water back, they could happen, but they might not want to do that because at the moment, right, there's a strategic, we'll call it tactical advantage to not putting it in. And there's the problem, isn't there? There's the military versus the other component. Right, and they may have to wait because as it stands, if that dries out, then and when I say if it is drying out, I'm looking at it. Some of you look at the Sentinel data, and you see it with vegetation, large components of the Dnipro showing up as vegetation, as opposed to water. The change is extraordinary, isn't it?
Absolutely, yeah, and that's definitely been on my mind. It would certainly behoove the Ukrainians to use this at an advantage. There's got to be certain portions. I mean, I know near Berislav, near what dam was, for example, I mean, the gap there is extremely narrow. But driving down into that village from the north, you're coming down an embankment in town, and you're looking across the river. And the car drives by, and the sunlight hits just right on the window, and you see the blaze. It's extremely close. And if that, I mean, I haven't seen enough satellite data to know exactly, but if I were to look at that, I would assume that you could also say that whatever remaining portion of the Dnipro is currently flowing through there is also
well, if you follow me back, I'll DM you what the animations I've been making. So I'll just send you a DM, and you'll be able to see it. It's a little GIF. Yeah. It's all utterly. I mean, yes, a beautiful day here, but and it'll be a beautiful day in the Kherson region without any doubt. But just and how we're not achieving what we should have achieved at the very start. Go back to if only we'd have given those planes money earlier. If is the biggest word in the world. If only, right? If only we'd have done X, Y, or Z. Mm.
Mention is the best kind of maintenance, also applicable to all the geopolitical situation.
What if you see there's other infrastructure problems they have, because the hydroelectric dam would have supplied electricity to the region. So how are they dealing with that? Is there just people with tiny little solar generators or other generators, that diesel generators? How are they dealing with that, or they're just not at the moment?
Perfect question, because this actually ties into my conversation with Helena, and I told her that I would bring this up. So right now, any area that was affected by flooding doesn't have electricity. There are still frequent blackouts in the area, and just like some days we have power, some days we don't. And of course, for the hospital infrastructure in the area specifically, that is still very critical. Down the line, one of her major concerns as well is with the children. There are still 6,000 children living in Kherson City on the island, 3,000 of which are of school age. So come September 1st, they are not going to have school, most likely, because being close to the riverbank, like one of the laws that exist in Ukraine right now, is if your school does not have a basement or a bomb shelter of some kind, you cannot host in-person classes. And that just does not exist in the Kherson region. It's too close to the water table. So the issue, that one of the biggest issues she's concerned about down the line is there are 3,000 school-age children still remaining in Kherson who are going to have to do distance learning, and they're not going to have access to electricity or the technology or the internet to make this happen. So, of course, in some of the areas that took electrical power from the both the dam, I would have to ask, maybe when I'm around there this upcoming week, how. Okay, so for example, when I was there, when I was all over the east of the Inlet River in November, nobody had electricity anyway. They've been dealing with this, I think, for a long time, and I don't know, I can't remember if that's the direct result of the Russian state control generators for the Hokok dam, and whether that plays a factor into it, but I believe it is, and the turbines rather, and. So a lot of these areas have been surviving basically in the dark and off of generator power for quite a long time. In Kherson proper, they've restored quite a lot of the water infrastructure, and they have restored quite a lot of the electrical infrastructure, except that frequent attacks on electrical infrastructure still cause problems. And she was literally talking about their need for the transformer, the voltage rectifiers, or the whatever power substations, right? Power substations, and that they can't get into these places to repair them because the Russians have had 8 months now to dial in where these things are at. As soon as they see that work is being done to restore this infrastructure, they start firing at them. So her solution was to start introducing a very large solar project. There were 2 donors that I believe were introduced to her through MriyaReport the last time she was on here during the first days of the flooding, which I believe donated a very significant number of solar panels, solar power stations, and things like that, so they could run the hospital. And when I asked her, I said, pick a number, because I'm just going to throw this out into the universe and see if something happens. Tell me what you need to make this a reality, to stabilize some of these villages and the island area and all of that still needs this. And trying to remember solar panels, it's kind of the sky's the limit with that. But with the solar power station, she was saying for each of the low-lying villages that are in the immediate vicinity of Kherson City, in order to reintroduce electrical power, at least at some stabilization points that allow people like electricity and internet and all that kind of stuff. They're not going to be able to power the entire building, but basically 20 of these solar power stations in some of the high-rise buildings that exist down near the water, and then on the island, at least another 20 to 40. And then Starlink is pretty much the only way, other than cellular data, which is very unreliable down there, that they're going to be able to ensure that kids are able to access the internet to go to school. So she had kind of a loose idea of a plan of introducing street by street these points, kind of like the points of invincibility, where you have a place that has a safe basement bomb shelter kind of space that they can set up and have, a power station and internet and all that kind of stuff to use the internet.
Can I stop you there a little bit, Chris? So the power stations, the solar power stations they're talking about, what you'd be there for villages, I guess. What are they? Sort of 20, 40, 100 kilowatt stations? What are they?
Let me literally do a Google search to see if I can maybe find something just out, because I literally had this conversation with her earlier today. And we went and cleaned out our new warehouse here in Mykolaiv, and then sat down at dinner, and I got on here. So, I mean,
well, don't worry. I forget stuff. I literally, just now I just forgot something after being told it 5 minutes ago. I went, oh, really? Yeah. Okay. So it happens to all of us. So I was going to say it happens to the best of us.
Yeah. Well, I would imagine. Try to just imagine. So in Bashtanka, they had a huge array of solar panels set up at their water authority agency, and it was something like 40 kilowatts, which is a lot of power. I mean, if you're running what effectively amounts to probably some lights, some, a Starlink charging station for people to charge their phones, and I don't know, maybe some refrigeration, something like that, you really wouldn't need much. For example, like over the winter, we had a 5 kilowatt generator. We ran the entire house on it. Lights, refrigeration, all that kind of stuff. So for the points that she's talking about, not necessarily setting up an entire building, you wouldn't really need something super, super robust. It's really just about providing, at least during the daytime.
Because you're trying to do is limited power in there so people can do the basic things, i.e. charge their phones and all the other bits and pieces, run some lights. Of course, there is a big difference if people were able to migrate to LED lights or something. The power differential is really different from your standard lights. I remember the days when my dad would be upset with me because we had 100-watt lights in there, albeit it's heating the room, but and now you can get LED ones and they're a watt. They're not even a watt, right? So the difference is considerable. So I mean, I have to think. So one of the things that the issues they've really got is not necessarily just a solar power, but it's a storage part, obviously, because you've got. Let's just, I mean, just for ease, right? Let's just say it's a village and they've got 100 kilowatts, right? And then, but really, because they want to be using this at nighttime, so they've got an issue. They need their storage to do this, right? So they're able to utilize what they're getting, because at this time of year, they've got a lot of light running around, right? So
yeah. Well, the majority of time, I mean, it's the other component to consider too is curfew. So most of the time, the activities that are necessary to support are only going to really exist during the day. And whatever residual power they have left over at night is pretty much a bonus. So if they're talking about being able to run a Starlink and have charging stations and lights and all that kind of stuff for maybe students to come down in mock classrooms and sit down there with tablets to learn during the day, everywhere pretty much goes dark and quiet after curfew, at least after dark anyway. So especially in a place like Kherson, I mean, the streets are empty after 6 o'clock. basically 6 or 7 o'clock. And at that point, I mean, if we're talking about these electricity and internet points that are pretty much designed to just sustain themselves and not the population, it's pretty much only going to be necessary to have power for that during the day. And with the solar power stations, generally they come with some form of storage. I mean, even an EcoFlow with a couple of extra batteries attached to it is going to have enough power to run. I can't even remember what the capacity was. I knew it over the winter, but they're fairly robust. They are fairly robust. So I think we plugged in our Starlink to a power station like that in the winter at some point just to see. And it was something like 55 hours of runtime. And of course, cell phone batteries are extremely small in terms of watt hours. So I think as long as they were conservative with it and not trying to run big machinery or equipment, it would be pretty sufficient.
Yeah, I mean, and depending on what type of power they're using and how it's being used, right? So if it's just trickling out, you can use different battery tech. I mean, the reality is you want pretty much as much storage capacity as you can get, because that will save you other times. I mean, it's interesting. So because we'll come back to this in a moment, but I'm quite interested because you were a little bit talking about earlier about internet, right? And this is a subject area I know quite a bit about. So how are they dealing with that at the moment? Because off the top of my head, because I just went, you know what, getting a wide wide area network, a wide area Wi-Fi network isn't that difficult. Of course, right, you need to power the devices, and you could use microwave. You've got gigabit microwave. They could be sending that from Mykolaiv or something like that. So that's something you just do. But of course, there are problems depending on how close the Russians are and if they're using their EW, because obviously that would impact on your on your microwave. But microwave is really directional, so there are ways they can do that and then get themselves a wide area network up and running. And but the problem is getting the bits to do it and getting the people to install it, I guess.
Yeah, and I've seen quite a few mobile cellular towers, similar to what you would see at like a concert venue in the middle of nowhere. I've seen quite a few of those in use in some of these areas. I mean, within like 3 or 4 days of liberation in Kherson, Vodafone had a mobile cell tower up in the square. And now, like, cell phone data is fairly prevalent. I think part of it is as an economic standpoint. And certainly in areas down by the river and down on the island, there may not be access. A lot of the transmission lines for traditional internet sources have been effectively cut or destroyed by artillery fire, by deliberate action. And, for the price of a Starlink and the relative inability to jam it, as far as I'm aware, I'm not an expert, but for the price of a Starlink and for the relative inability to jam it, I mean, for like $20,000, you could effectively employ enough of these Starlink platforms and enough of the affected areas to make sure that everybody basically had access.
Except for there's a monthly fee with a Starlink, whereas once you've got your microwave up and your the wide area network, then that's just, there are no additional costs unless something dies. Right. The only thing that I can think of that Starlink has, of course, right, because there will be encrypted data and all the other bits and pieces, and they're really easy for someone to do. But for a group, if someone was a group of people to do it, putting in a wide area network should not be difficult, right? And there'll be other components to go with it, of course, right? And as you said, those generator mobile masts, right? And you just add a whole load of repeaters or whatever, right, would help. Okay, that's interesting. So I can see Ryan's got his hand up. So he's got a question. I have many questions for you. So, and what I don't know is how long are you here? How long do we have you? There you are. That's the right question. How long do we have you for? Is someone tying you up? I'm going to go, someone tie him to the
I know
chair.
somebody who can twist his arm. We'll keep him until we're done.
Wait, which one? Are they at this table right now? You know,
I'm not at liberty to answer that question, but I know people, Chris.
Yeah, you do. The only question is, do any of you have a power bank? Yeah. Oh, you don't have an iPhone cable, do you?
See, these are the
Who doesn't carry iPhone cables?
These are the serious restrictions that you have to deal with.
I was walking here. I was walking here and I looked down when I said, "Oh yeah, I can get on space wherever," and realized, "Oh my gosh, shit, my phone's at 17%." So let me find out if one of these guys has an iPhone cable on this game. As long as you like,
Sure, you go do it.
Before, while you're looking for your iPhone cable, have you gotten the Starlink unlocked yet? That was bricked.
Cable? No.
Talk to Joe. I don't know what happened to Joe, but Joe is in contact with a guy I know named Troy, and they might know somebody that can unbrick that thing. They also know somebody that can make Starlink's extremely low power consumption devices, and it will run off of a cigarette lighter.
Ooh,
so,
seriously, are you, or is that an exaggeration?
No, I'm
a cigarette
dead
lighter.
ass serious.
Prove it running off a cigarette lighter.
I've got videos. Joe has met, Joe, I don't think has met this guy in person. His name's Troy. I met him. He's actually a listener here on the MriyaReport a lot. He's an American and a former U.S. vet. He was building some Starlink modification devices that take it off of that big, bulky satellite dome-looking device on a pedestal and flatten it out and put it on basically like a board, so you can attach it to the top of your car with magnets, or you can mount it on a little tow rack on your tow hitch behind the vehicle, but you can drive around and have mobile Starlink, and you can plug it in and run it through the car's electrical system. It's pretty nifty. And they're built in Ukraine.
No, that's really, really interesting, isn't it? Right, how they would be able to do that. Okay, sorry, someone sent me a link that I've just looked at, and that is very interesting. And you're right. I mean, they don't need huge amounts of. You don't need huge amounts of power. The problem is, as engineers, because these are designed for other situations, and they just go, all right, well, let's just use this power supply here. And we'll do X, Y, and Z because it's cheaper than designing something with really minimal power consumption. Oh, that's brilliant news, Ryan. But the reality is, if anyone was to think about it, I say think about it, because there's other things to go into it. As I said, microwave. I mean, how far is Mykolaiv from Kherson? So what, 100 kilometers? It's less than that. It's probably 50 kilometers, isn't it? Let me measure it. So you could do, as I said, you could do a microwave connection through into the city, and then do a wide area Wi-Fi thing that would give internet. But of course, there's other problems that come with that, and you've got to go where it is and the power, and you would need to have your solar. Those little things would need to be solar powered with their own battery devices to keep them running.
Well, and I think
24 hours a day.
The bigger concerns right now are more just basic necessities for life. And I know some of these technological capabilities are probably being utilized by military and even civilian first responders. They just don't have that network access opened up to the wider public.
I mean, that's something you would need whoever it was to open it up. As I said, the thing is, the Starlink is really easy to do. Though I can understand why people would do it, because it's really simple, right? You add it to here you are, plug it in, ding, it's, you know, zoomed in on on wherever it needs to pick up the signal, right? And then you could add it. Well, I don't know what the contract is.
Those mobile
They probably
cell
don't
phone-
like you
those
adding
mobile
it to a
cell
router.
phone towers, the booster systems that are basically just all set up in a Sprinter van. They can drive it around, and it has a telescoping tower and a generator. You pull it up and park it, and it's a mobile cell phone network. Those are probably what they're utilizing most. And if I'm not mistaken, all of the cell phone carriers in Ukraine are sharing data access. So there's free roaming within Ukraine, and that's what they're doing to maintain connectivity among the civilian population as much as possible. It's just
You would think
the
so.
closer
Right?
you get,
Sorry,
the
Chris.
closer you get to Russian occupied areas, the less reliable that access is the problem.
Of course, that's pretty obvious. The closer you are, they destroy the infrastructure, etc., etc. Anyway, Chris, give me a second. I'm going to do a little bit of housekeeping. There's some things I need to do. I would dearly love everyone to go down and share and retweet the space. Tell everyone that we've got we've got everyone here listening in. Tell them what we're looking at with Renegade Relief Runners, and we're talking about Her Son and the problems they've got, etc. Let's get some more people in. So listen, and then what I'm going to do now is remind everyone why we're here. In fact, why we're here is one of the reasons why Renegade Relief Runners is here. We're discussing how we can help Ukraine in whatever way it is. Sometimes we've been helping with mine disposal equipment, food, water, etc. Pretty much anything that we can help with, we have done, and we want to carry on doing it. And that really requires some donations. I don't buy people coffees because guess what? I don't drink coffee. But I do drink a beer, so the price of a beer is a really good one for us adults, and I suspect everyone here is an adult. Maybe there will be a couple of people who aren't of drinking age, but yeah, do what you can. Go to MriyaReport.org. There's a donate button there, and that would be brilliant if anyone could donate something. And if you can't, that's not an issue, right? There are other things you can do that make this better. What I'm trying to say at the moment is say, see if you can convert one person this week to coming in and listening to MriyaReport. Just convert one person. Tell them this is a great thing. Come and listen here. They're not all crazy. I mean, there's someone in the co-host spot that isn't me, but that's a separate issue, right? So tell them we're not all crazy, and they should come and have a listen. And in actual fact, if they want to, they can ask questions. Yes, Ryan.
One of the most
Ryan, what did he just say? What did this man just say?
Nothing. I thought you were asleep.
No. I'm lighting the bonfire. It's the third day of Yarnipav, so there you go.
Okay. What I was going to add was that one of the more effective approaches to David's request of inviting new listeners to the space is referring them to our Spotify account, because we have a multitude of interviews there from tons of different subject matter experts, and there's really something for everybody depending on what your interests are, whether it's economics or warfare or the humanitarian aspect or former ambassadors or generals or whatever, and people can kind of get a sense of what we do here on the live space if they don't have time to listen in live, or if whatever's going on live doesn't interest them at a particular point in time.
Thank you very much for that, Ryan. That's very, very, very useful. I can see we got a hand up. Troy.
Hey, I just want to give a big shout out to Ryan. I was in Ukraine just recently, and I'll tell you, I've met Ryan. It's easier to catch up with Ryan in the US than it is in Ukraine. That guy is literally a 24-hour FedEx delivery mobile shop. I mean, the guy just does not stop. So it looks like he's back in the States. I'm back in the States. We'll be catching up. It'll be easier then. But Ryan, the impact you were making, I was following you. I was literally on the same road some days as you were. Man, all it takes in this world for evil to prevail is for good men and women to do nothing. And Ryan, you've got a passion for Ukraine and for doing what's right, bro. You're a big hero to me, man. Thank you, brother.
And a hero to us all, Ryan. You made a very, very big commitment by going to Ukraine. Thank you very much.
And it shows that even people from Oklahoma can be net contributors to this.
Yeah, he's all right.
That's my friend Troy, Chris. That's the guy I was talking to you about that might know someone that can fix our brick Starlink.
Yeah, we got to talk.
Joe knows how to get in touch with him. They've been talking about drones.
Cool.
Yeah, if it's a broken Starlink, we've got you. There's multiple places throughout Ukraine that are well known for that, and I'd love to share those contacts. No problem.
It's more like pre-owned and can't get a hold of the original owner, and not stolen. It's not stolen. It was gifted, but yeah, it's stuck with the previous.
Let's connect and we'll figure it out. I promise you, I'm there for that. And that's anyone in the crowd that has a Starlink issue. The Starlink network is so well known in Ukraine. We can get those things fixed. We can get them serviced. We can get them modified. It's a great network, and I'd be happy to put anyone in touch with anyone there, just like Ryan does all the time. He just puts people in touch who can get things done. If it needs Starlink or drones or communication equipment, I'm happy to help, my friend. That's it.
Awesome. I appreciate it, man. We'll definitely have to talk.
Thank you, Troy. That's the beauty of the Maria Report, is we put people in touch with other people and we make magic happen halfway around the world.
Yeah.
And we like magic. I was watching. I wasn't going to bother with my joke. Anyway, so back to the questions, Chris. Remind me of where we left off.
We were discussing previously internet, and prior to that, the ecological disaster situation, larger international response for securing that and creating dam infrastructure to restore water access and all of that.
Yeah, we were. It was in the bit I was trying to go. Had we moved on to anything else about that? Because obviously, here's the thing that's important: that power and the internet are interlinked. You can't have one without the other. You can't have the internet without power. So that's going to be an ongoing problem. Have you seen? I mean, this is a question that may have been asked a little bit earlier. Have you seen any of the bigger charities? Have they been down there helping at all?
No, yeah. Somebody else was asking about this earlier, but the short answer is no. I've seen Red Cross and UN vehicles in Mykolaiv, but none in the south. The Ukrainian Red Cross has been doing a wonderful job, as always. And they have seen, I think, one of the, other than, of course, as Brian mentioned before, World Central Kitchen, Jose, and all of his team, phenomenal people, heroes. And they even, we went out and did some evacuation work in Berislav last November, and some WCK people came with us. They're stellar. So those guys, awesome. UNICEF has been pulling a lot of weight with reconstruction in some of the oblasts. We've seen in one of the villages adjacent to Mykolaiv, for example, during the, maybe you guys can't hear me too well. Yeah, one of the villages in the Mykolaiv Oblast, for example, the UNICEF had dropped off an entire truckload, 30 or 40 pallets worth of roofing materials for all the damaged roofs from the battles and everything that took place in that area prior to the liberation of the Kherson and Mykolaiv regions. So UNICEF, I think, is at least from a behind the line job doing excellent work. Ryan, of course, made the point that it's possible UN is there collecting data on human rights and war crimes. But as far as direct aid and humanitarian work in general, I have not seen a response from UN or the Red Cross proper down here since I've been there.
You've hit on another subject that's going to be a huge problem, other than my power dropping out of my computer. What happened there? Yes, well, I mean, these are first world problems, right? So roofing, right? There's going to be huge problems. So all the shelling and the rest of it, all these places that have come under fire, they don't have any roofs, etc. What is that? When you say roofing materials, is that proper roofing materials with temporary stuff like corrugated iron? What is that?
A huge portion of roofing materials, especially in the surrounding oblasts, are already predominantly either corrugated steel materials, or they are asbestos amalgam products.
Still asbestos.
Oh yeah, the pipes.
Gosh,
a whole other story too. Yeah, asbestos concrete. So, which, quick sidebar, I did a little bit of research and found out that there were extensive studies done in the U.S. and Canada during the 90s, but we also had a lot of asbestos concrete pipes that showed that the amount of contamination from asbestos fibers in that water was not a biological concern. Like in a few very, very, very specific cases, it caused non-cancerous intestinal polyps. But overall, like the biggest issue with those is that they're fragile. They're not designed to last forever. So 30 to 60 years down the line, geological shifts.
And of course, the real risk with asbestos is breathing it in, right? That's the real risk, right? So if you're not breathing it in, right, and that's the whole point, then as you said, right, if it gets into the water supply, in fact, some things it might even be filtered out. It's not the issue of breathing the stuff in. So, all right, okay, that's interesting. So, I mean, because there are different modern, roofing techniques that could be really quick as well, but as you said, corrugated iron is, as we call it, corrugated iron it's pretty cheap and omnipresent in many places, isn't it? But it's there.
Exactly. And when you're looking at trying to prevent, it's a lot of the houses here already had that kind of roofing in the first place, so it's a quick plug and play measure. For other structures, of course, you're using tarps and OSB board. One of the local charities down in Kherson was asking us for large quantities of OSB board roof plates, and specifically for either covering up damaged windows or repairing what used to be a window, and repairing roofs and things like that, which we would love to do, except that the budget that we have for this Kherson disaster is specifically oriented towards flood relief, so it's kind of out of our purview. But the guy that runs this organization, phenomenal dude. His name is Vadim, and it's Lighthouse of Revival down in Kherson. They have a website, they're a registered charity, we've tagged them before, and they are concentrating on a lot of like conservation type of projects, with making sure that windows don't get blown out, or the windows that are blown out are covered up so it doesn't damage the properties, re-roofing and all of that. But it's an ongoing problem because daily or nightly shelling and one fragment puncturing a roof, and all of a sudden everything underneath that hole.
I can't help but think. I think I was saying this around about this time last year that it wouldn't help in the cold weather, but going to remember, in the good old days, people used to have slatted windows, right? So in fact, you put no glass in it, just put slats in it. Of course, then you don't have the problems with flying glass at that point. And in warm weather, it's not that much of an issue. Can't help but then you've got the woods is a different problem in Ukraine as well, because loads of those the forests and the rest of it are littered with mines now, aren't they? So it's cascade of problems as a result of the people in the east. They've caused a cascade of problem for a long time, right? Yeah. Okay. Right. Yes. More things to add to the list. Okay, so if we establish the big, so out of interest, so the bigger charities, whilst they maybe they don't want to go to, maybe they're not going to the Kherson, are they able to pass aid to charities that will go there, or do they just go, no, we need an invoice, we need someone to sign for it, etc., etc. We don't know who you would be, right? So we're not going to give it to you, or how is that? Because they have considerable resources.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the first part of that.
No, sorry, I'll say it again. So, so some of the bigger charities who might be in, like, say, Mykolaiv or Odessa or somewhere like that, right? They have considerable resources. Right? Are they able to pass these resources on to charities that, or people who are able to go and do things, or do they just go, sorry, it's got to be our people doing this?
Are you speaking in terms of Ukrainian charities?
No, the big ones, the ones you might see, in the West anywhere, who are supposed to come to events like this.
Sure. UNICEF is the only one that I've really seen, but they don't really have, like, I would say, crews doing this work. They basically they come and they drop off. As far as I've seen, anyway, they basically come and they drop off all of the supplies necessary. And this is actually something that I'm actively trying to connect Vadim to with UNICEF, because he wasn't aware that that was a resource. But with, for example, Red Cross and the UN, other than maybe some cross support from Red Cross proper to the Ukrainian Red Cross, which I don't know how much of that occurs. I like, usually these big organizations are really, really big on plastering their name all over everything. I mean, I think anybody in charity.
Look at us, we're doing all of this.
Exactly.
The marketing, right?
And everybody has to do it to a certain extent, but, like, even UNICEF, everything that they bring is wrapped in what's effectively Tyvek wrap, but it's plastered with UNICEF logos. Everybody does this. So from that lens, I have not seen any giant trucks full of something wrapped in UN logos or Red Cross logos, unless it's the Ukrainian Red Cross.
Yeah, because I guessed, off the top of my head, I was just going, but you could see that how probably Ukrainian charities would be pretty flexible, but the really big ones tend not to be, because they are they do become very, very process orientated, right? And you end up with someone like a military storeman who's not going to give you anything because there's no chit for it.
And I know that the UN and even EU Parliament, there's a lot of funds available for project-based grants and all of that kind of stuff. And I can't really speak to how much of that has actually been achieved here by Ukrainian NGOs, or whether that money is being doled out anywhere in specific. There was some talk of a large conglomeration of international NGOs basically getting large-scale projects together under a EU-funded project, but I don't know how keen on, like, specifically handing out funds or paying for things directly at the UN or Red Cross is. And virtually everybody that I've come across so far in the Ukrainian NGO spectrum has not even mentioned any such cooperation.
So Chris, here's the thing, because I'm a little bit, I said late into this because I started at 7. So there's a couple of things I'm interested in that I don't know if you answered. Did you go through how you ended up in Ukraine and those questions? Has anyone asked you those yet here today?
Not today, but we've gone through it at least 4 or 5 or 10 times.
Yes, probably.
But Rick,
Probably.
I mean, do me a favor, Chris. Just hit it. Just hit it out. Tell people why on earth this little stint for a few days or weeks turned into a lifetime obsession.
Because it's important, right? We have a lot of people who are on, and some people, as you said, I mean, beforehand, new people coming in all the time. So really worthwhile you telling that story. Thank you.
Sure, of course, yeah. Well, as I mentioned before, I basically only plan to be out here for about 3 weeks, helping people at the border find accommodations. And in a roundabout way, by the time I got here at the beginning of April last year, that all had kind of been resolved. So I basically ran around trying to do anything I could to be useful, and in the process made quite a few friends and gained quite a lot of momentum and really fell in love with the country. But the primary thing that drove me to come here in the first place, other than just the unbridled rage of watching all of the videos and everything that was happening in Irpin Bucha Hospital with Bianca in late February and early March, was just a really strong sense of responsibility. I got kind of enamored by the greatest generation, the ideology of people that went from the U.S. to fight for something that was not theirs, because they believed that freedom was the right way. And in my professional life, I'm a pilot, and freedom, aviation to me has always been the purest expression of freedom. And as I stood there watching all of this happen, I had a choice. All of the obstacles were removed. I can travel freely. I got the time off work, and basically what it came down to was a choice. And I decided not to go, simply for the fact that it would be inconvenient, that wouldn't be good enough for me. I wouldn't let myself live with that. So I came here, everything I discussed. Of course, we had a direct artillery fire incident at the end of May last year. Our team was involved in kind of a mass casualty event in Kharkiv, and then I immediately left back to the U.S. Because I had to for work, and that was the longest 5 weeks of my life, because I was wrestling with the idea of coming back full time. I wasn't supposed to, but all I could think about was the fact that there are millions of people back here, and friends that I now have, and family that I now have, that don't have a choice. And I think for people like us who do have a choice, the choice should always be freedom, and the choice should always be to do the thing that's right. And I would have never probably let myself live it down if I had decided not to come back.
Thank you very much for that. Yeah, very, very good to have just even a rerun, because I remember listening a couple of times and I was just going, I'm not sure if I know the whole story. Right, so that's great. I mean, that's my memory for you, though, Chris. It does fail on occasion, right? As I failed to remember my own birthday today. Not that my birthday was today, but someone did ask me, and I told them. They went, "No, that's not when your birthday is." Right, there we are.
Well, and my story is not special. That's the thing. There's so many people that I've met from all over the world that have the exact same story. It's become almost a running joke in the volunteer community out here. Yeah, I only plan to come out here for 3 weeks. I only plan to come out here for a month. And we all kind of get that look in our eyes, like, and then we found out, like, it's not easy to leave. It just grabs a hold of you. It as much as it has grabbed a hold of every one of you that's listening right now.
Hotel California, right?
Yeah, being involved in this and being in the know, and caring about it and understanding the global importance of seeing this through is just as powerful, I think, for every one of you that's listening and doing things at home as it is for us on the ground. And it's the same metric that prevents you from being able to put this down and go do something else with your life is the same exact metric that prevents us from doing the same. So
yeah, I do have friends of mine going, you spend how long? Yeah,
of course. It's all important. It's all so important. It's you got to cover everything.
Keep the message going and the rest of it. I likened it to I don't have any tattoos, but I do have friends with tattoos who it's addictive. Like with your tattoo, I could have a little bit more. I could do another hour. There you are. Yes.
Yep. And the minute that you reach that point where you're like, screw this, I'm done with this, I can't do this anymore, it's ruining my life or whatever, then you spend, 3 days thinking about it and planning how you're going to extricate yourself from the situation and go home, and you just can't. Like, it's too important.
And there's the other thing. Sometimes when you're so busy, right? You go, I've got to stop this. I need a break. Then, so after your first 5 hours, you're going, oh, what am I doing? What am I going to do? Because your time's being filled up doing other things, and suddenly you're going, oh, I could be doing X, Y, and Z. I can see how it's addictive. Probably isn't the right word, but how there's a bug to it, right? You keep doing it.
Absolutely. And it becomes, kind of a part of your identity a little bit, I think, whether that's running what you guys running awareness campaigns, or even just consuming the information and or being here on the ground. It is extremely addictive, and it becomes a part of your identity. And simultaneously, it's the most invigorating and stimulating experience that I think anybody that's out here doing this has ever experienced or ever had, been a part of. And it tests you, and it teaches you what you're capable of, and it teaches you your limitations. And that kind of environment is really hard to come by. I think you can look for it in work, you can look for it in daily life, but this place and the work that you guys do, the work that we do, and the commitment to it, it tests you in every way that even in ways that you never imagined were possible. And that, I think, is also truly the addictive part, because you really discover what you are and what you're capable of.
Yeah, you certainly are pushing the boundaries, aren't you, of what you're doing, and what most people would think would be reasonable. But there's the point, isn't it? I sometimes wonder whether there's a little bit of Ukrainian in all of us, right? And that's the bit that's for going, here we are, right? There's that you feel that pull of something, whatever it is. That's je ne sais pas, as it might be. Anyway, August, you've got a hand up. Do you want to go a question?
Yeah, thank you, David. And I've been jumping in and out of the conversation. I don't know if you talked about this. It sounds like you're sort of touching on it. But one thing that has been so motivating, so inspirational, what keeps me going and doing whatever small part that I can do when it gets really tough, is the utter absolute appreciation of the Ukrainian people for whatever we do. You see somebody interviewing a grandma in a village that doesn't have access to internet, and she's thanking us and sharing her appreciation, and in social media everywhere. And I've never seen anything. I think that's what's so motivating is, when we've been involved in other conflicts or helping other countries, even with disasters, I've never seen such appreciation, where they always have, before the conversation or the interview is over, and thank you so much, thank you everybody that's helping, thank you the world. And that is just something that I just haven't seen. And like David said, maybe that makes us all a little bit Ukrainian, or want to just do our part and continue to be motivated. That level of appreciation, I really appreciate.
Absolutely. It's it's definitely one of the things that a lot of times, I would say about 40% of what we do is going out to villages and delivering humanitarian aid and going to frontline places and liberated towns and stuff. But the other 60% is involved in working on a lot more medium to large scale projects. And that can be extremely time consuming, can also be extremely frustrating. But the one thing that is always extraordinarily rewarding, besides the end result of those things, is going to places that people need help, and and experiencing that gratitude is really quite incredible. And I will say, sometimes, like, it's difficult to receive, because these people have lost everything. I mean, you know, their entire way of life has changed, that there are things that will never go back to normal. And, you know, family members and houses and memories have just been completely deleted. And so you help these people, and you help them with supplies, and you help them with support. And occasionally you go to places that have seen such unbelievable tragedy that even like accepting the gratitude just feels a little, I don't know what the word is. It's itchy. It feels itchy because you don't want to be lauded as a hero. You don't want to be, you know, you don't want to appear as a hero. We dress in plain clothes. We go out there and play carrots because we have to. And it's just, I don't know. It's a complicated spectrum. It's a really complicated spectrum.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Well, thank you. You know, here's another thank you from an American. You know, we all do our part. We all can't go over there, and I'm so glad that people like you have boots on the ground and are able to help. So really, thank you so much.
Of course, yeah. It's, as I said before, I think this is, you know, it's the world's responsibility, and it feels normal and natural to be out here. And I think that part of it for me is this is now my new home. This is I found a new home here, so makes it easy.
I mean, there's the thing, isn't it? One of the things, so many years ago, in the days when I was young and slim, I used to be a pretty decent athlete, so I used to compete. And always, whenever I met the Ukrainians, I used to go be thinking, these are my kind of people, the same sort of humor and all the other bits and pieces. I just sort of going, yeah, these are people I want to be. Yeah, if we're going to go for a drink, let's go for a drink with these guys, not those guys. Let's go with these guys.
Yeah, they're a rowdy bunch. It's just extremely intelligent people. Very philosophical and evocative. I mean, they're extremely aware of their history. They're extremely aware of global history. They know things about my country I didn't even know. And I think that part of the reason somebody you or somebody else was saying was that there's a little bit of Ukrainian in all of us. And I think that the cardinal reason for that is at some point in a lot of our personal history and a lot of our national histories, we've identified with that struggle for freedom. And also in seeing really put on blast, on display for the first time in a global sense, just how incredible this place is and how amazing these people are. They're taking the younger generations have taken information. They're just consuming it at an alarming rate. You know, you're experiencing the rebirth of a culture that now has access to an unlimited information spectrum, and you have people that are coming out of this as masters in their fields. They're taking, you know, fashion and architecture and the tech field and agriculture by storm on a global spectrum, getting involved in civics and politics and international communities, and really changing the scope of what, you know, a lot of these terms that we throw around all the time, humanity, freedom, what all of this actually means. It's really quite powerful, and I think that there's a key component of every human that when they experience these people up close, they resonates. So.
Yeah, very much so. One of the first, I can't remember, I was starting prior to the war even starting. I was staying with some friends. Very sadly, my mum had just died, so I was with them, and I'd spent a good 2 months with my friends, and I remember going, it's going to happen, and it did. And there was I can't remember how long into it, maybe 3 or 4 weeks. I saw this image, and I remember thinking, that could have been my little mum, who looks like every tiny little babushka that you might find in a village, right? And my mum was exactly the same. I was going, gosh, that could have been my mum, right? There must be something I can do to help. It's the driving force for me.
Yeah, and to see our culture and a country that just wants nothing more than to be left alone. And then from a historical perspective, we've seen this narrative before. We saw it in the 1930s after the invasion of the Sudetenland and all of the threats that existed prior to the invasion of Poland. The Japanese emperor literally walked in the doors of the League of Nations, asked them to stop invading, across their ocean, invading China and South Korea, and literally the Japanese emperor just got up and walked out of the room, and nobody did a thing until it was too late. And we're seeing the result of this same narrative playing out again here, and we had warning this time. People act like the war hasn't been going on since 2014, and because any Ukrainian here you talk to will say, the war didn't start last year. It started in 2014. It started last year with full-scale invasion. And so that fact alone is what infuriates me, and infuriates probably all of you, and pretty much anybody else that's been paying attention, is that we knew this was not a bluff, because the war has been going on since 2014. So why wouldn't he? Why wouldn't he?
Yeah, I mean, and it looks like this is going to be on next year, so it'll have been on for a decade, isn't it? And that's the pit. Yeah. People around, in England, they're just thinking that it's a new thing, and now they're already tired of it, right? They want to talk about other things, the price of their mortgage, etc. But yeah, this has been going on for a decade. It's extraordinary.
Yeah, it is. It has. It's wild to watch. I think that's honestly the thing that has pissed off so many lovers of history is watching it happen all over again, and understanding the context in which it's happening, and just seeing the same failures.
So if we change this a little bit, so at the moment, so what's your plans the next week? In fact, what are you doing? If for whatever you can say, of course, right? You may not be able to go, yes, I'm going to X village or whatever. But
Sure. Yeah. We there's kind of two main sectors that we're looking at right now. The first is a large-scale drinking water access project. We are.
When you say large, how large? How large is that? If you see what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, sure. It's the entire Kherson deoccupied region east of the influx. And this is actually in conjunction with the Greater Good Charities, GGC. They are the ones that are funding this and providing the material and stuff, and we're pretty much providing the management and the logistics for making this happen on a localized scale. So also, as a quick shout out, if you go look up the British Expeditionary Aid and Rescue, BEAR, there are two friends of ours that are running a phenomenal little operation down in, not literal, it's two of them, but it's huge. They are effectively transporting, at this point, I believe, around 14,000 liters of water per day to villages west of the Ingles River. So effectively, we got added onto this project as a east side, and we will be covering every single one of those villages by providing at least 1,000-liter water tank, with the end result of this hopefully being self-sufficiency on a water acquisition level. And that's going to have a couple of different tiers, whether that is there's a water source that might exist there that requires a very simple filtration process to make it drinkable, or if there is going to be, which there are quite a few, military trucks or trucks from like the UN wash clusters, which is I'm aware they're not operating down in the Kherson region at the moment, but there are other aid organizations that are delivering water to the area. But as we've experienced in Donbass and for sure down here, one of the biggest issues is that we just don't have the ability to store this. So if we can at least provide storage, then we can make sure that these people have a lasting water supply. When the time comes for these trucks to arrive. And then the third stage is going to be, can these people actually load 1,000-liter IBC cube onto a trailer and go to a place where there is water available for drinking, load this 1,000-liter IBC cube up and drive it back to a village. So that is going to require an enormous amount of reconnaissance that we've actually been provided about 60% of it by Harry from the there's a lot of the project that he's partnering with and Insulate Ukraine. They had already kind of started working on this from an intel perspective, and now we are kind of picking up the ball in the logistics prospect. Part of this is going to involve reimbursing Ukrainians the cost of actually being able to do this long term, and potentially paying Ukrainians to go provide the intelligence resources and the follow-up resources to be able to collect enough data to make sure that this project is actually running effectively. So that hopefully will require maybe a 1 to 2 week logistics commitment, and then after that, hopefully I will just be managing that in the background, and our team will continue to focus on flood relief and humanitarian relief efforts at the same time, which has a couple of our other volunteers come back into the fray and our vehicles come back from maintenance. We will have resources to do both. And I guess I can kind of officially announce this. We haven't put up a fundraiser for it yet, but we're starting a new program that's very similar to something we've done in the past, but it's going to be called the Humanitarian Counteroffensive. And basically what that's going to be designed to do is take advantage of the infrastructure that we have now to basically follow the front line back through the counteroffensive and start providing immediate aid and support to newly liberated territories. And I think the work down in Kherson, we are perfectly poised to attack that as it becomes available. And personally, I'm excited about the idea of the left bank being liberated up to Kherson. And if that happens, then you can bet there's going to be a raccoon navy on the Dnieper River. So that's broad scale kind of what we're working on at the moment as far as on the ground stuff is concerned. In the Kherson region, as far as flood relief is concerned, there's a couple of villages along the west bank that we're gathering information on right now to send people down, potentially with boats and other humanitarian resources that are allegedly still being affected by flooding. And that was kind of our main goal, to get down there and to provide flood relief support. And while the city may have kind of a clear-ish path of its way forward, we are still hoping to get out into the gromadas that have been directly affected by this, and take some pressure off of the administration and try to provide those people support as well, whether that's in humanitarian efforts or pumping water out of public areas or whatever it is that we need to do. That's kind of the general idea.
Gosh, that's really quite big, isn't it?
Yeah. We literally doubled in size, I think, the day that the dam blew. We adopted quite a few new volunteers, had a new vehicle added to the fleet, and now we've got, I think, 6 or 7 boats and rubber boats. So it's expanded really, really rapidly, but I think the scale of response necessary for everything that's kind of happening down in that region right now kind of necessitated it. So
yeah, and you used to say that as soon as a village is made safe, there's the process of making sure that the people inside the village are safe and they've got all what they need, as opposed to what they had before, which was just surviving and seeing what they've got. Some of them may be in a dreadful state, so, and they may be in a dreadful state for other reasons, like health reasons. If depending on what they're eating, there may be sort of parasites in the water, all sorts of other things that they may need looking at. Yeah, very, very big task.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, and there's still quite a few foreign organizations down here and volunteer organizations like ours down here that are helping a lot. There's some that are focused on rebuilding. There's Reinsulate Ukraine, as I said, that they're focusing on a proprietary window production project, to replace windows in homes that have been shattered out, which a lot of that is going to be, there's obviously the immediate need, but there's also, hey, it's July basically, and we've got 2.5 months to prepare for winter and the rain season again. It's a rolling set of problems, and being able to adapt what we're doing now to try to shore up whatever civilian populations need that support before the winter is really, I think, the job of the summertime, while also keeping them healthy. It's a lot.
Yeah, because if people have been on minimal rations, they'll be incredibly thin. Your ability to withstand extremes of cold, etc., then get lowered because you need more energy and the rest of it. And of course, right, if you've got a badly insulated house, and there's that's the problems just get bigger and bigger. And I just a guess, right? I know what the answer is. I think because no one wants to leave their home, right? They all want to stay there.
Yeah, and it's I've I gotta hand it to the Ukrainians, especially the babushkas. They will not leave, and I respect it. I can't say that I personally identify with it, but I respect it. There's been some places like I don't know, Bakhmut last winter that I could not imagine then why certain people would decide to stay there, especially young women with children. And it's for a variety of reasons. It can be for a variety of reasons, and that introduces a lot of ethical questions about providing humanitarian aid to people in those situations. And with this, there were literally people as we were on boats, trying to rescue people from their roofs and their second stories and stuff 2 weeks ago, that were trapped in their second story, and we're talking to them through their window, and they wouldn't leave. And actually, as I'm walking up now, Corey, one of our new volunteers, who is the woodsy one down in the bubble there, actually led most of our river team expeditions, so to speak, or operations for that week. And I'm relaying his experiences basically right now, and it's wild to hear that even with your entire house flooded, you're basically trapped on your second floor, and there's toxic sludge all around you, and it's humid and it's hot. To think that people still wouldn't want to leave that situation even temporarily is just that's a whole new level of commitment.
Yeah, difficult for people to understand, isn't it? Right, but there again, if you're 90, that's or whatever it is, 94 or 93, you were born in this 1930, and then different way. They've lived through the Germans, they lived through the Russians and the rest of it. They're going, no, this is my and there's the important thing, because they're going through this freedom bit. This is my home.
Exactly. And and this was the region. Ooh, thank you. This is one of the regions that I think experienced the effects of the, we'll call it the original Holodomor, that we're facing one, the hardest. And so you have people that remember that were children when that was happening, and you have people that remember the Nazis invading that region. I mean, Poltava was like the center of the Eastern Front intelligence services for the Third Reich. So all of this is very, very close in memory for a lot of these people, and they've experienced subjugation pretty much their entire lives. And yeah, I guess that's really it. Is the one remaining shred of self-agency that they have is defiance. And even with floodwaters and toxic sludge and everything else around them, and especially at that age, that's their act of defiance.
That's it. I mean, and when you think about it, it's what an act of defiance is. No, you will not beat me. I remember my mum talking about she'd watched the German bombings of Cardiff and Swansea. She of that age, right? So talking about it, it's that no, you will not beat me, and the talking about Ukraine through the 1950s, 60s, 70s, and all of that madness as well. Extraordinary people.
That's amazing people, amazing. And that's it too. The more you learn about them, and the more you learn about them, the more you learn about their history and what they've been through. That kind of, I think, also ties into that other factor of identification and understanding, especially for anybody who's read history and is familiar with history. Just understanding them as people, understanding the core of what they're about, and identifying with that is, I think it's part of the reason a lot of us are here, online or on the ground.
So here's the thing. I'm going to open it up. Listen, guys, we've got loads of people listening. Has anyone got any questions for Chris? Any question except for what his number is, whether he's single or anything like that. I'd be very, very interested in someone to put your hand up and come and say something.
State-held secrets, I assure you.
Well, here's the thing: you're just too busy helping Ukraine at the moment, right?
Well, right now it's 10:45 at night, which is an early day for me, and can't do much else other than raise awareness and say what I've seen. It's a privilege to be here. So.
So I was accepting some requests. August has come back up. That's wonderful, and I can see there's another request by someone else, Captain Ron. Let's see.
And I
anyway,
up
August.
Yeah, well, I thought Chris said something, very interesting, which, I think we've talked about on the space here before. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, my speaker wasn't seeing the bars, but of how Ukraine is so adaptable and is going to be so advanced in technology and engineering and architecture and fashion. And I think any country that, any country or organization, I think they should all be running to invest in Ukraine and sort of stake their claim. So when the war is over, they're going to be able to reap the benefits of all this. I remember a couple months ago at the Unbroken Center, there were some doctors that had came to teach the Ukrainian doctors, this very state-of-the-art procedure for prosthetics. And as soon as I heard that, I said, you know what, Ukraine's going to make that better, and then they're going to sell their technique or their tool or whatever. And I don't, and Axel might know about this, or if not, maybe he could start this. I always wonder if there's some kind of bonds or something that you could buy and invest in Ukraine while, a certain sector, while we're waiting for the war to be over. Because I just think, we've said before, it's a phoenix that's going to rise in the ashes. But I think people are, besides, people that are in this space, and we know and we see these things that happen and the innovation and what they've been able to do with so little. I think there's going to be many in the world that are just going to be so shocked and feel like they missed the boat,
Mhm. I would say from what I've seen, there's, for example, Lviv has one of the top polytechnic universities in Europe, which I had no idea. The Lviv Catholic University. Um, extremely bright young minds are being produced out of this place. And there are really influential people, influential political speakers from all over the world that are going there to speak. Kharkiv is a huge college town, and so is Kherson, or they were international students from all over the world. So the education spectrum in Ukraine, when it comes to higher education, has already been proven on a global scale, especially in Europe and Asia, as being extremely robust during normal times. And there's gonna be a lot of sectors, especially once Donbass is freed. I think everybody is gonna want to get their claws into manufacturing and mining and production technology in the area. Donbass pretty much exists as a like Donetsk, Luhansk, all of the big cities and the suburbs surrounding them, and the villages. Like basically the predominant infrastructure that existed there for jobs is mining and production, and that has all been destroyed. All of it, all of it. And there were some really critical steel products that were predominantly being bought by Europe and some American industries as well, that came out of, for example, the Azovstal plant in Mariupol, that can't be found anywhere else on the planet. So there's going to be a just an enormous amount of investment opportunities, I think, for the production and mining infrastructure, and as well as the energy infrastructure. I will tell you, other than down in Odessa, and it's a windy country everywhere, I have not seen any wind technology, like wind turbine technology being popped up anywhere. And I don't really know. I can't speak too much to how like local farmers or even the industrial scale farmers in the northern regions of the country would feel about this. But certainly, the stipends they would obtain from energy companies coming in to pop up these wind turbines on their farms would be a substantial boost to their economic standing.
So I'm going to stop you there. That's quite interesting. So I was trying to get wind data for Ukraine, right? So, and the wind data, I was going, oh, right, it doesn't appear to be that windy. But you're saying it is.
It can be, it very much can be. There are some, it's a very, it reminds me, sorry, amateur meteorologist, I'm a pilot, sorry. But the meteorological environment that exists here, as far as the regional influences from the Arctic air masses in the north, you've got the Black Sea and sorry, geography, Baltic Sea, that also introduced a lot of conflicting air currents and a very large landlocked landmass to the east that provides kind of this warm, moist wind tunnel, and that's part of the reason why even for the fact that it's at kind of a northern latitude, you have a huge amount of weather in this area in terms of thunderstorms and rain production. Really heavy rain season. It's a big drainage basin, and really it reminds me a lot of what we call the dry line, which is why you get a ton of thunderstorms that exist going through like Tennessee and Kentucky and northern Florida, all the way from like Waco, Texas. Every year during like March through August, you get just these huge 1,000-mile long lines of thunderstorms in the area, and it gets incredibly windy during those times. So there are times, especially along the Dnipro River, which generates its own weather patterns, where you do have very windy environments that exist.
And here's the thing: you've just pointed something out, right? So if they're like, say, during the summer it's not windy, right, but it is during the winter, well, that's when people need that extra electricity, don't they? So and a 20 kilowatt wind turbine, they're not expensive. They're not
Sure.
expensive. Then you go, there you are. You've got someone there, 20 kilowatt wind turbine in a village or 2 or 3. Now that's all of the village's electricity supply that's been supplied over the winter when they'll need that stuff. And guess what? You've got solar.
So
So that's very interesting. I can see that Carl has his hand up, though. We'll carry on this in a moment because this is a subject that I'm very interested in. But Carl, oh, and before I go anywhere, so Captain Ron, restart your phone. See if you've got an update. I have sent you an invite, so use that. But restart your phone and let's see if that works. Carl.
Hey, so I mean, no, I don't want to change the subject, so I'll do my after. But on the wind thing, kind of my hunch is really, aside from the instability with the war, would it really be competitive against kind of nuclear
Nope.
Ukraine already has?
no, what
The answer is nope. It's
No.
supplemental.
There's a
It is
difference though, isn't there, Carl? Right. So there's one thing is competitive
Supplemental.
on price because you can produce it on volume, but what Ukraine has now found that in actual fact one of the issues they have and the vulnerability is the lack of diversification.
Yeah.
Right. So if someone if they had these things, like, people would put their own 20 kilowatt turbine up there, they wouldn't be in wouldn't now be seeing the problem. I completely appreciate that this problem is only here as a result of the war. If they hadn't have been invaded, then yeah, those nuclear power stations are brilliant. They produce a lot of power, and there are so many called projects that could be used. And by the way, these will be needed when peace, or within the areas they get relative peace, they can start rebuilding. Because one of the problems, and this is going to be a huge problem for Europe, price of bricks is going to go up, the price of cement's going to go up, the price of building lumber is going to go up because of the scale of the infrastructure that's going to need to be produced, right? So areas, so for instance, if ZMP was online, that could be producing electricity for things like bricks, which are huge energy consumers, right? If you want to produce bricks, they need to be spent, whatever it is, I can't remember. I did look at it a while ago. Whatever is it, 3 weeks or whatever, drying them out and all the other things. They need 350 degrees and all of these things that need to be done, and that is an advantage if you have cheap energy. So there will be some things on that consumer level, but also you have to remember, Carl, is there'll be other benefit is the people who, of course, have their 20 kilowatt turbines, then they can push that back into the grid, which in actual fact will, maybe they don't want to push it back in the grid, but maybe they can put it back into the grid, which helps with all the other things and will keep the energy prices down, which makes the people who are building the bricks competitive, right? So as we go, I call it the cascade of circumstance. There's also the other cascade of circumstance. This is the beneficial cascade of circumstance. Cheaper energy means they can produce these things, and bricks are going to be a big deal for Ukraine.
Yeah, and you touched on the idea of energy diversification, which right now especially is extremely important. I can point to the water infrastructure situation. It's the idea that basically right now, when there's electricity, there's water. It requires electricity. Sorry, I have to walk upstairs. But with Bashtanka, for example, they have gotten around this by employing a massive solar farm and battery bank facility. So they can actually run their water infrastructure during these rolling blackouts. Other cities, that's not the case. In Kherson, it's one of them. I actually brought that up today. would be really awesome to find somebody or some organization that wants to take on the cost of producing a solar farm or wind farm or something that would provide a backup to their water system, because currently it seems they don't have one. So there are a lot of issues that could be solved with wind or solar energy as a diversification technique for even power storage. Of course, you know, in a place like Arizona, it's difficult to do that right now on a large scale because it's fighting a target. But
so I suspect the problem for the investor is, right, because the investor will be going, so when the nuclear power station goes back online, right, what happens? So the investors, by the way, who bought into the solar and wind power in the UK have just made an absolute killing, because the UK has allowed get this, 35 pence. I think that's probably about 45 cents for you, Chris, per kilowatt hour. Right, that's what we're paying. Yeah, no, exactly right, and their costs haven't changed. Right, is because as a result of the other power bit, and this hasn't changed yet. It's not dropped. So they're making an absolute killing. Whereas, unfortunately, the people who are going, I could put a wind or a solar farm in. Basically, you're talking about megawatt stuff that you're really talking about, but they're going, what's our return going to be? Because when ZMP comes back online and that hydroelectric comes back online, because guess what? They will build it better, more efficient, produce more energy, and they're going, so what are we going to get out of our return? So in actual fact, you're probably looking at something where the small, donations for that diversification, which will give Ukraine a competitive advantage later. I don't know how that will help with the investors with those really huge projects. Maybe it's just they differentiate, right? And there's the other component that you've got, because when people have their solar on their house or whatever it is, they're feeding it in or they're storing it, then there are other benefits. So Ukraine could become one of the incredibly green country, given how big it is and how many people there are.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, localized self-sufficiency. It's at one point for some of these villages that maybe have several hundred people, don't have really robust energy needs, become internally self-sufficient electrically. Like if it's really hard for me to actually change. I'm just realizing this as we're having this conversation. It's really hard for me to turn my brain around and think like an investor instead of direct humanitarian,
because that's what you've been doing. You have been donating your time, right? But investors, they don't donate their money. They want a return on investment. And how do you get that return on investment? But here's the other one, right? So the part of this, which I can't help but think that the energy that needs to come from government, right?
Yes.
But the knock-on effect to this is, right, because you can go to these people, the brick manufacturers, and go, you get stunningly cheap electricity. This is what we can offer you. Not only do we have really cheap energy, we have all of these ports that can allow you to get your bricks that you've produced cheaply, and you can get them into Europe. I would suggest that would be the way forward. Because
if you could use energy.
Occasionally I have a smart idea, Chris, every now and again.
I've noticed. Yeah, energy as that's a very good point. If you use energy subsidies from renewable energy sources from private investors or corporate investors as a way to dampen cost of brick production, for example, then eventually that gets into ROI. So
That's it. But it's not even an energy subsidy. What they're doing is they're building the energy infrastructure to allow those investors to make a greater profit, right? And with all startups, because that's the thing, they'll be worrying about how much we're going to go. Well, here's the thing: they could calculate this. If anyone was a big brick manufacturer, you could calculate that. Go, gosh, we can get the energy at this price. I mean, I was looking, by the way, so I'll tell you a little story. This is prior to the war. There is a guy on YouTube who is a crazy Ukrainian. You've come across some of these. He was basically doing doing an experiment on his own energy infrastructure, right, and how to produce energy incredibly cheaply, right? So instead of using things like, so people may know about evacuated tubes for heating water, right? So he was doing his homemade things and going, well, we could produce it, and the price he was trying to produce at was just tiny, but he's going, but we're a big country and we have a lot of, we have quite a bit of sun and all the other bits and pieces. So I was going, I just, and this is prior to the war, I was going, I just want to meet this crazy guy, shake his hand and go, this is really interesting, because he does some very crazy, interesting stuff. So people who don't know may not know that Ukraine has a whole load of thing about energy storage in the form of the salts. Those I can't remember the name for it, but basically it uses heat as a storage capacity.
Yeah, salt slag.
And yeah, so he was talking about, well, you could do that with a little hill, produce a hill, right, fill it up with these, and then you use your you just heat up the mountain, as it were, to about 300 degrees, and guess what, you've got all this free heat, and it all comes from the sun. There's loads of ways of doing this, but energy will be a big thing, and because they've got a large amount of space, and so there's no reason why people should go cold, right? Of course, that means that they'll have some sort of heat transfer system, which is, you guys in the United States have a lot, the steam going around underneath New York, which we don't have in our part of Europe, my part of Europe, but they do have in Ukraine. Yeah, very interesting stuff. Carl, you got your hand back up.
Yeah, so I'd like to sort of weigh in on this, because like I'm all for decentralized energy diversification, especially in the context of the war, right? That's essential. People's lives can't be on limbo for 2 or 3 years. But when talking about it cheap, that just doesn't resonate. It feels like, just like with generator use, right? You're paying a pretty penny premium to do this, especially when you look at the capital costs involved in it versus the decades-long projection of what their energy costs in Ukraine could be through historically and in the future through nuclear. It seems like it's really in the same category of providing generators and gas in that context.
Of course, but how long? So they could produce. How long is it to put a nuclear power station in, Carl?
4 years.
Yeah. No, but they already have overcapacity in general, right?
And equally, and there's the other part, isn't there? Because that's the deal. The overcapacity sell into Europe, and they're able to make that profit out of it, aren't they? I think the point I was trying to say was that if you're in a country that has cheap energy, you're able to utilize that as a come and invest in us for things that are energy demanding. And that's the thing they've got with rebuilding of Azov. It won't be Azov, but you know what I'm trying to say, and the other steel plants that have all been destroyed, right? So get those up and running. Steel is a hugely energy demand. It's hugely energy demanding, right? So all the other bits and pieces are said, and if you've got bring in an extra, I don't know, the how many thousands or millions more bricks, again, energy demanding. All of that stuff will require it. And if
you
you're able
bring
to say we can produce that at capacity, the energy and the cost is X, then the people want to invest might do it. But Axel,
you don't produce the bricks there at all. You produce the bricks
yes,
at plants which exist in Western Europe. We have overcapacity for brick production already
someone saying
in
my
Western
name.
Europe. Do you hear me?
David, you can't hear Axel. That was what I was trying to say.
No, I can't.
You are talking over Axel.
Everybody
Or
else can hear
perhaps
me.
Axel
You
was
cannot
talking
hear me.
over me, but I just couldn't hear him. Right? And so there's the
Can
thing.
you hear me?
Right. Anyway,
Carl, can you
if
hear me?
Axel raise your hand.
Axel now talking, David. So one of you have to recycle, because otherwise it's getting a little bit messy.
Yeah, that's fine. So
Equally, right? So it's very simple, right? So I was still talking, Axel.
David,
I will stop
David,
talking.
David,
I will
talking.
stop talking. No, here's the thing, right?
Carl, can you hear David? And can you hear me?
Oh, no, I can hear both of you. Yes.
Perfect.
Yes, I can hear you both also.
That means David needs to recycle.
David,
just tell him.
Please recycle. You are the only one who can't hear Axel. We all can hear Axel, and I told you it's getting very messy on the balcony.
Yeah, no, Axel was requesting you recycle David, if you could, that'd be great.
Kindly, very kindly.
Yeah, kindly. He emphasizes that he's requesting kindly. Yeah.
That is beautiful. Having said this, in the meantime, whilst he can't hear us, Carl, let's talk about the energy efficiency in the various spaces. Ukraine already had, prior to the war, even still today, has more electricity and energy, primary energy generation capacity than it would need. It will need more in future because of reconstruction, and that's the interesting part.
Yeah, so we talk about this. If we talk about this from a general and normative perspective, you're correct. But as we saw over the winter, if we're talking about this from a wartime perspective, the winter time is extremely tenuous because everybody's using electrical heating, and the capacity that they have for that is just, I mean, it was to the point where Kiev over the winter had maybe a 20% lighting rate during any given point of the day. There were days when our house didn't have power for 2 or 3 days, and we're in a very well developed community. So right now it's extremely difficult, but I do think you're correct in the fact that they have fairly robust nuclear and energy generation in general infrastructure. But if we're looking at it from an investment perspective, I believe that there are sectors that could benefit potentially from a very, very well tuned green energy approach. If you wanted to invest in farmers who are running, electrical powered combines and equipment, for example, or factories that switched over to I don't know if there were more efficient ways of producing or of manufacturing things, then the return on investment from that, providing some sort of self-sustainability for those infrastructure environments and those manufacturing environments, I think would provide an ROI. But then you have the question of also, for example, sorry, I keep coming back to Bashtanka because I know it, but the water authority there has done an excellent job of trying to build an environment where they are not reliant on the availability of city power, of commercially produced power, and so they have these solar facilities and these accumulator packs for electricity, so that they can run the infrastructure as needed. And I think that if you look at their cost of production pre-war, water infrastructure is also one of those things that will impact the energy infrastructure, will impact the economy of production in a favorable way, because pre-war it costs the city of Bashtanka to approximately 43 hryvnias, which is a little over $1 per cubic meter of water to produce. And now it costs them, because of the destruction of the water infrastructure and the pipeline that runs up from the Dnieper River, for example, which is, they're all way out of date, cracked from shelling and stuff, about 133 hryvnias per cubic meter. So they're expending an enormous amount of energy and resources just to keep an existing infrastructure going. And this is a commercial production facility. It's a commercial water environment. And the city is actually eating that cost right now. The costs, they are actually charging their residents the pre-war rate and taking a loss on what the city pays to the water producer for this. And actually, the water employees are not even taking a salary right now because it benefits. So even there are sectors, for example, water infrastructure, that should not be consuming as much power as they are, and this lends the same conversation as the BRICS. But there are sectors such as water which are consuming more electrical power to run the existing infrastructure than they should be, and it is on a commercial basis. That if investors wanted to come in and invest in improvements in infrastructure and even the water sector, that would even turn into an ROI, in the future, and they wouldn't really have to change much. We sat down and looked at their project proposal. It's like a $3 million project to completely renew their water supply infrastructure, at least up to the city level, and that alone would drive the cost of production back down to pre-war rates.
Did
Am I
we
still
lose
on?
sound?
There we go.
So my other question for you was, in Kherson, well, what actually is already sorted, right? Because there's so many different needs. You're doing so many things, but what is actually working well? What needs have already been met?
Sure. The primary concern, as I was speaking to Helena today, was electrical sustainability, electrical power availability, and they are still suffering from rolling blackouts down in Kherson. So her approach at this is providing some sort of renewable and sustainable energy that's independent from the grid. Her approach was a little bit more localized in the sense that they're trying to make sure critical hubs such as the hospital have continuous power that's independent from the grid, or that they're able to develop these points where they have solar generators and Starlinks, and the ability for people to go there, tablets for the 3,000 school children that will be starting school again digitally on September 1st. So there's a number of projects, and basically, if you look at this from, there's a humanitarian spectrum from it side of it, but then there's also we need society to continue despite the challenges that's happening right now. And electrical power, obviously, if a hospital loses electrical power for an hour, it's a catastrophe, let alone 3 hours, let alone half a day. So providing more independent electrical resources to the community so that they can make sure that these things stay running. The hospital, or these it's not invincibility points, so I'm struggling to find, I guess, electrical security points. Sure. Providing the ability to set those up and keep society moving and allow the children to go back to school on September 1st digitally is really a big part of where her focus is at. And then in terms of the outlying communities and the suburbs and things, there are areas where water availability due to the electrical infrastructure being destroyed by the flood is huge. And also the water is either toxic or biologically unsound for drinking. So there's an ecological situation there that needs to be addressed. And you can extrapolate these same problems out along any of the villages in the Oblast and the Gromadas. The farther inland you get, there's more children. The farther towards the shoreline you get, the more evacuated it becomes. And then you see many more elderly people that have chosen to remain in their homes. So, but there are quite a few large settlements that suffer from this same set of problems. Berislav district, of course, being one of the larger settlements to the east of where Kherson is at. It's situated right on the river. But it's difficult because while Kherson, of course, is what we hear about a lot, and it's a huge focus in terms of artillery attacks. Berislav district is just getting decimated, and the population center there really has been decreased quite a lot. So there are approximately, as of the numbers that I was given today, 70 to 80,000 people remaining, of which 75% are over the age of 65 in Kherson city and the surrounding suburbs. 6,000 of those are children, and 3,000 of those are of school age. So their main focus is making sure that medical infrastructure is stabilized so that the elderly population and those that have been injured can be taken care of appropriately. And then providing electrical power for making sure that students can go back to school in September, and providing stable water infrastructure even during rolling blackouts. So I would say a huge win would be just getting them as many solar panels and solar power stations as humanly possible right now, and trying to develop something where the water infrastructure, the water provisioning is actually run off the grid, or at least has the capability to be run off the grid during blackouts. Other than that, from a humanitarian perspective, food is pretty much taken care of. I mean, there's quite a few stores and pharmacies that are open there. So the general needs of the population exist, but the finances to support those things don't exist. There are no jobs, virtually speaking. There's basically zero jobs, and you have a huge population of pensioners that lives down there at the moment. That the average pension per month for these people is around 2,500 to 3,000 hryvnias, is what I was told by somebody who lived in one of the outlying villages per month. So that's less than $100. And so you have a massive population of pensioners that lives down in the Kherson area, and these people are extremely susceptible to illnesses and infections. So water infrastructure and safe drinkable water is really honestly the key to survival. I think humanitarian efforts, broad spectrum, can pretty much take care of the rest. But having the ability to maintain sanitation and electrical power is key to, I think, survivability at this point, which is really truly what is focused on right now, is survivability and damage control, because they don't really have the ability to do much else at the moment.
Thank you. These I don't know, solar power stations, which
Mhm.
are probably have batteries for nighttime and what that costs about $5,000 or $6,000. I mean, 8,000 or whatever. What amount of kilowatt hours do you get out of them?
I'm not entirely sure. This is I had this conversation with Alina earlier today, and then we were running around doing a bunch of stuff, and I sat down to dinner as soon as I got back to Mykolaiv after cleaning out our warehouse, and I haven't had any chance to do any research on the topic. So maybe somebody else here has more experience and knowledge in that spectrum than I do. I will say, when we had even just a EcoFlow and we plugged the Starlink into it, they have this little digital readout. Starlink does have a decent power draw, and it was still saying something like 55 hours of runtime. So I think with a few EcoFlow style batteries daisy chained together, and with adequate solar production during the daytime, that would be sufficient. And I will also add that generally speaking, what they're aiming to do, like the hospital obviously is critical, and there's a couple of other places that are critical to maintain power 24/7. But what they're aiming to do on the island territory, and in some of these areas that are down on the riverfront that have no power right now, is to provide these kind of power and technology stations street by street, where people can come, charge up their phones, and utilize the internet. But curfew is at 9 p.m. and pretty much the streets are basically empty by about 6 or 7 p.m. in Kherson. So effectively, what they're trying to do is have enough production and storage capacity to last the day, and then at nighttime, other than maybe the person who lives there or people that might choose to stay the night there, you're really not looking at too much of a utilization of that resource, unless they also include things like refrigeration or whatever else as supplemental usage for those stations. But basically, being able to run for these points, being able to run a Starlink, charge multiple devices all day, maybe run some lights and potentially a fan or some other things, or alternatively a television monitor with a laptop hooked up to it, so that you can have virtual classrooms down there, would be great. But I don't think you're really looking at much need for high capacity. But yeah, I would honestly have to do some research to see what ideally the required wattage would be for that.
Thank you. That seems like quite a few orders of magnitude less electricity than what would be needed to run keep a hospital running, for instance, which I presume they must have a good large generators and a steady supply of gas or diesel for them coming in.
Right, and that kind of touches on, I guess, another subject I forgot about with my conversation with Helena today. There's budget. So, and we've experienced this in a few different sectors where humanitarian efforts or stabilization efforts come in, and we supply something that is going to solve a particular problem, and then it creates another one. Generators are awesome, but they require fuel, and fuel out here is something to the order of about $1.20 per liter. And when you're talking about large 10 kilowatt generators or 20 kilowatt generators or anything that's maybe necessary to run critical infrastructure in a hospital, granted they're not running it all day, but then you extrapolate that out over a population of 70,000 people, it becomes extremely expensive to operate on the city level, and the budget for Kherson is unfortunately extremely small. So the cost of running these generators day in and day out even during blackouts mounts extremely fast.
No, I can appreciate that. Though for, like, let's say you had to do solar and battery-based solutions to run a hospital, the amount of capital you'd have to put in, that would be probably the equivalent of 5 or 6 years of gas.
Probably as well. Yeah, but then do you find a donor who's willing to support 6 years of gas, or do you find a donor who's willing to provide a permanent solution? Generally, most donors, I think, are more focused in the permanent direction. As far as immediate needs concerned, I talk about the immediate humanitarian spectrum anyway. But.
I mean, so I'm chiming back in again. So I had to take a little break. So the problem with hospitals is they're just so hugely energy demanding, aren't they? And and we forget that sometimes, just as we go through the simple thing of just changing those bulbs right? So those fluorescents that they'll have, and there's 20 of them down a corridor, and they stay on from, let's call it, in the winter, they'll be on from 6 p.m., 5 p.m., right, all the way through to 8 a.m. in the morning, right? And they just extraordinary draw energy. And like we say before, Carl, if you've got your nuclear power stations up and running, and you've got your cheap electricity, it's not a problem when you're paying whatever it is, 1 penny per kilowatt hour, and it doesn't make a difference. But it makes a huge difference later on when you're trying to power a hospital in conditions like this. There's times where this is the one thing we've got, isn't it, Chris? That Ukraine adapting and learning. And the question is whether they're able to get through such vast changes.
Yep. Yeah. And the cost of production is, I keep coming back to Bashtanka, but it's like it's just a cardinal example of what these people are trying to do with and the limitations of what they have to work with. And if you have a city that's hemorrhaging money to continue to provide a basic service when before the cost of production equaled or was profitable compared to the income generated from it, it's impossible to run any sort of infrastructure improvements, especially when you think about Kherson. Like there's 75% of the population are pensioners. There's no tax revenue. There's probably a very basic income from Kiev for the region as a staple, but then you're not really generating revenue as a city should to sustain your efforts. And then you look at places like Bashtanka, where it costs them almost 3 times as much to supply the water as they're actually charging. And then the question of even trying to run rehabilitation projects to make it cheaper. And it's like the question of welfare, right? Like if it costs me more time and energy to bring myself out of a welfare position, and I become poorer as a result, and the problem isn't fixed, then it's self-generating problem. So that's kind of where they're at right now, is they don't even have the funds to fix the problem, and they're hemorrhaging money because the problems that exist are costing them money, because they're trying to lessen the effect on the average population, because the average population can't even afford to feed themselves. So it requires an enormous amount of intervention or ingenuity to circumvent the question of costs.
And then the issue is with costs, and especially people who look at costs, and accountants, and I say this regularly on the space, right? Because part of the problem is that many times, in fact, more often than not, people look at the cost of doing something as opposed to the cost of not doing something, right? So what's the cost of, but that's going to cost us 20 million, right? And this is, by the way, what the West has done with Ukraine. Initially, us intervening is going to cost us, right? But the cost of not intervening, right, is factors many orders higher than what we'll ever be paying, right? Because we didn't intervene early enough. Because someone somewhere, which is, and this is the whole thing with BP and the Deepwater Horizon in the Mexican Gulf, it would have cost them $200,000 or whatever to test the piece of kit, and they didn't test it, right? So they went, yeah. Well, that cost them that $200,000 saved cost them 18 billion.
Right. Exactly. And then it eventually comes to a point where it's an event horizon. It's an economic event horizon. Like literally nothing you do to fix the problem will actually fix the problem.
Let's hopefully we don't get the black hole that pulls everything into it, right? And there are always ways of intervening and getting it right. Yeah, I mean, they're just, as I said, there's so many things that fix that problem. Ukraine knows that it'll have a economics problem leading in, which is why they're saying to investors, get in early, because that's when the big profits are around. And pretty much everyone who knows about these things will understand that's when the big profits are around, when you get in early. Don't get in late, early invest, but there's more risk, right? And that's what comes with it. Although I'm not so sure what risk there is if you do your due diligence in a region and you work out what you're doing within that market. It is an opportunity place for Ukraine. The one question is that how soon will that baby boom start?
Yeah, of course. Now that's goes back to, I guess, what we were talking about earlier, is these people are extraordinarily innovative, and they will find a way around the problem, regardless of what help they receive from the outside. And it's they're unbelievably resilient. They're unbelievably creative, unbelievably productive, and the problems that exist here will be solved. But I think that there's a unique opportunity to really inject capital into this place in such a way that turns it into a extraordinarily powerful economic and production center for the world. And with how important the mining and production and agricultural spectrum was even before, that coupled with now you have a new generation of people that's coming in and consuming information at an alarming rate, and becoming experts in their field. There's a unique opportunity, I think, that exists to turn Ukraine into a true powerhouse in the world for innovation, and there's a lot of opportunities that exist here to see that through. So whether that's improving what already exists or reinventing the wheel on certain things and inventing new technology, it's a sandbox. It's in terms of opportunity. It's a opportunistic sandbox, and these people are ready to try literally anything. I think to move towards the future.
And understanding opportunity and what it can do is what we're talking about. But I'm going to add to that again in a moment. But Carl,
Yeah. The one thing I was really impressed with last year, during that winter scenario, which was terrible because there was, so much reduced electricity all around, but Ukraine did like an amazing job at mitigating and repairing like the infrastructure, at least for transit of electricity, and that, like, even compared to, say, a hurricane response in Florida. And my hunch is that, if the nuclear power plant isn't destroyed or disabled, and once Ukraine recovers it and pushes back Russia far enough, this will be quite a different energy scenario, right? That they'll have in excess of electricity. They'll be able to export some of their electricity at a good price to help recover some of their GDP loss. And that could even be possible before this next winter. But having said that, we still have to pay the pretty premium to mitigate some of the problems right now, and some of the hardships that could be possible as this next winter comes up.
Absolutely, and I definitely can see a scenario where that exact thing was considered. With the counteroffensive, if they do make enough progress to regain that plant and stabilize that situation prior to winter, which every time there's a blackout in the region, you run the risk of the power not coming back online, the generators running out of fuel, and then you have issue with meltdown, or the power lines being cut. I mean, there's so many catastrophe scenarios. But then the winter, I mean, like you said, if they can regain control of that estate, it may be the thing that stabilizes and provides security for the winter time, which is extremely, extremely important.
So I was trying to get to my
We should
again.
we should also add that, of course, it was predominantly generators imported by European nations into Ukraine, be it Hitachi produced in Switzerland, products produced in Switzerland, Austria, but predominantly Germany, some in Sweden, which were brought into Ukraine, which helped actually turn this primary energy generation as well as especially distribution crisis around. That can and must be prepared for already this year throughout the summer, because otherwise the crisis is coming yet again. Fortunately, Germany has set up a program for that. The Swiss will participate in this yet again. They were leading by a week last year, and I think that colleagues such a friend of ours, Victoria Wojcicka, and others will have paved the way for this. The Ukrainians are extremely good at connecting proper Western kit, which, by the way, performs significantly better than anything they had beforehand. But then that should be a surprise in those locations. But that does not change the substation challenge Ukraine has, unless they can find a way to defend themselves and defend these high-value targets, which are immobile against Russian missile threats. The substations are a key element where distribution networks and the switchover from transmission to distribution networks are challengeable.
Of course. And of course,
and
they're
that cannot be
very
changed
sensitive.
now. And all the wonderful things people can think about now in terms of solar and wind and whatever wishful utopian thinking is completely irrelevant for the next 3 years. Completely, utterly irrelevant.
Sure, of course.
The only thing which matters now is anti-missile defense, anti-air defense, and helping Ukraine win this war as quickly as bloody possible.
Of course.
And then rebuild the nuclear power plants, and then start decentralizing in certain regions. For example, irrigation systems, and I think this is what you, Chris, and others have been thinking about as well. Irrigation systems in future in the southeast and on Crimea can benefit so much more from what is Western technology, Israeli ingenuity, and the likes, both in terms of energy efficiency as well as solar powering, as well as, of course, better efficacy levels in terms of distributing water. Also, preserving soil against erosion by having different irrigation setups and the likes. All of this costs less energy, and it can be developed further in Ukraine. And this is where the technical universities of Ukraine come into play. This is where the investment should go into education, engineering, science, and delivering the right kind of kit and the right kind of technological change into the country. And no, it's not green. This is just friggin' engineering.
Yeah, of course. That touches back to what I was saying before. This is, you think about the freedom of information that has existed in Ukraine for the last 30 years that didn't exist before, and now you're seeing the new generations of people that grew up with that ability to have freedom of information, grew up with that desire to learn and grow and be better. Not saying that the previous generations did not, but they have this opportunity, and they're in the right time and in the right environment, right place. And some of the most intelligent people I've ever met are 19 and 20 years old in this country. So they have an enormous amount of brain power, an enormous amount of willpower, and they all see, the need and the opportunity that exists to reinvent this place after the war. And I truly believe that with support from the European Union, with support from other Western allies and supporters, that this, and really this should be the interest of the globe, to support this place. You think about this country is you drive through this country, it's massive, and the vast majority of it is agricultural. I mean, it's extraordinarily important to the infrastructure of the planet, and there are agricultural innovations that exist here that are cutting edge. But standardizing those and providing information and technology and resources and support to farm infrastructure to robustify that. I don't want to see another what's that big seed company, Monsanto. I don't want to see another Monsanto, pop up in Ukraine where people are getting sued over seedlings. But I do think that there exists an environment here where robustifying current technology and allowing young Ukrainians to utilize that thirst for knowledge and that thirst for self-proving really would require a very small spark for this country to just explode into a new era of prosperity. So the conditions are ripe. I think the conditions exist, and it's just going to require a lot of support, really, for that to happen.
Well said, Chris. Well said. Because Ukraine is us. We are Ukraine. They are the same kind of civilized people we believe we are. That's the funny part. The Russians are not.
Mm-hmm.
There is a demarcation in culture.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Carl.
Hey, so regarding these substations, I'd been thinking about this, and like the intercept rate of anti-air is so much higher now than it was during last winter. Is that correct? Like will Russia have the ability to target the infrastructure at the same level they did last year?
Yes, but yes, the intercept ratio has increased significantly. High-value targets shot at have been protected better. However, substations are widely distributed all across Ukraine. The Russians have not even targeted all of them yet. They could just simply say, oh shit, here's an RST. Nah, we're not going to go there. But there's another substation close to there, and interrupt the node and therefore the finely attuned weaved network, both in terms of distribution as well as the nodes for transmission grids this way. That is the main difficulty. It is actually, you have to think about it as putting a layered defense net umbrella all across the country without air cover, without air assets. That's impossible.
Understood.
The country needs to be defended by a proper air force. And there's a guy sitting in the White House who needs to make a decision, preferably tonight.
Yeah, the sooner the better, right? Because every day causes extra problems.
Absolutely.
Slava.
Good evening, and Slava Ukraini.
Harem Slava.
Slava.
I got a question, actually two questions. One is about Zaporozhye situation. Does the West want to do something? NATO want to do something? Officially said something about it or no? The second thing is, does any threat from Belarus is for Kiev? Should be waiting that Wagner do something in that direction. Thank you so much.
Oh gosh, well, there's the thing. So Wagner from Belarus, that would be a no. As soon as they went over sorry, Miss Rem, what's that?
That's not going to happen, David. In the back channel.
I know, that's what I'm saying.
In the back channel, I have sent something. You can read that.
Okay. Well, I if you're saying no, it's presumably what I'm going to be saying. So I'll give it a read in the mo. All right. So no, the thing is that the border with Belarus is mined, and all the other bits and pieces well watched. They have pretty much everything, all of that covered. Even if Wagner were to get in there, all of their vehicles and do a tally-ho charge, they would become, ex-human beings very, very quickly. So there's the risk there is tiny. They're out of the equation, and in actual fact, this is a benefit to Ukraine. It just means troops off the field of battle. That's great. What was the other question?
It was about Zaporozhye, the Russian mined Zaporozhye, and is it quite serious? And did NATO issue any threat, or I don't know, warn Russia, if you do something, we're gonna do this or do that? That was my question.
So I think I can't remember who it was who came out and made a statement about if anything were to happen, they would consider it as an Article 5 or something like that. What's the risk? Pretty low with regards to what they can do, because guess what? What's the word? I was going to call it the boiler rooms, not the boiler rooms, but you know what I'm trying to say. So I'm trying to think of the word, and I can't remember it. The reactor cores, they're now cold, and they've got one that's still on the way cooling down, right? So those risks are quite low, whatever they might try and do. But at the moment, as you know, this is one of the reasons why most of us tune in every night to talk about this, is because there's been nothing that someone said to Russia, if you do this, this is what we're going to do, which essentially is allowing a child to carry on smashing stuff up. And that's what we have, a child smashing stuff up, don't we? So I'm not so sure whether we'll hear anything more than what we said, but I think, Alexei, you've listened to what they've been saying, so maybe you can say a little bit more.
I don't know much. It's just that what we've got is what we've had is the number.
Sorry, Lexi. So what I meant was more along the statement that was made by the American.
Yeah, on the statement, it's the sort of number 2 and number 3 senators in the U.S. So the top Republican and the second, I guess, second rank, whatever, Blumenthal. So Lindsey Graham, Republican, and what's his face, Blumenthal, Democrat, have said that if Russia should cause, not only pull some nuclear stunt, but cause an accident with nuclear material. I mean, covering the very broad range of nonsense stunts, as you say, that they've been talking about, then that would be considered an Article 5 violation. And I think that, and you've probably discussed in recent days, I think you have, that's not something that requires everybody to sit down and have a meal and a consensus decision. Article 5 is you just do it. But I think what the main point is that what that said is, Vladimir, stop talking about it. Stop brandishing this stick about it's not serious and we're not taking it seriously, and just shut up and quit scaring our president. So I think that's very important. I've been wishing I had no idea this could kind of be a way to go about it, but it's pretty obvious when you think about it that it should work very well. I think Putin has been a little more quiet in recent weeks. And I think that's the ticket. It would be very nice if somebody in the administration would actually say something about that, take it a few inches further. But I think that's what's happened. Am I right? Do you think?
I think that's exactly what's happening. I just couldn't remember the senators' names. I don't remember Ryan's birthday, so there we are, Lexi. That was pretty much what I was saying. I mean, they could go.
David, Axel was talking. Did you hear Axel?
I'm not hearing it. The problem is his. I've already restarted.
Yes, and still everybody can hear me and everybody can hear you.
Everybody can hear Axel and everybody can hear David. So I think the problem is still you, David.
Well, I can't. Does Axel hear me?
I can hear you perfectly well, David. Yes.
Axel can hear
Because
you
if
perfectly.
is he? Well, then he's talking over me again, right? I'll restart.
Or
Right?
you are
Just
talking
throwing
over
out
him.
there. But yeah, whatever.
If the young man could kindly restart his phone, Mr. M.
If you kindly could restart your phone, David, from Axel. So he's recycling Axel.
I can see it. It's wonderful, isn't it? Lunchtime.
Hello, Axel. Yes, just on the subject of that statement by the senators, is that something that I sort of got the impression the other day that needed to be voted on? Is that right?
Yeah, the statement they've put forward, they've proposed a resolution that would be a resolution on the sense of the Senate. Here I am, a Canadian, waxing knowledgeable on American rules, but I just read the newspaper. Anyway, so their proposal is to make a statement that would be the sense of the Senate kind of statements. It's a genre that they have. And so that's expressing the feeling of the US Senate. Now, which is pretty strong if it actually happens. So yes, apparently in this coming week, that should get onto some order paper somewhere. And
A resolution.
Yes, a resolution that is to pass this resolution. So it's a statement. It's who says it. It's who takes such resolution, who stiffens up the post behind him and stops wavering. And I think that it's neither here nor there, but it's clearly a sense being expressed to the administration and to the Defense Department and so on. So if it actually happened, well, once it's on an order paper, then people can also attempt to rally support for it and so on, as many Americans are doing on a number of other resolutions to try and stiffen up the administration. But I think that's
I liked it.
what it amounts to.
You're right. And I liked it when you said that this was designed to also say, Vladimir, stop saying this, stop scaring our president.
Well, exactly. That's the effect it has. It's got more effect on him than it has on me, I'll tell you. And you.
Very good point. Let's go to Nick.
Yeah, I don't. We had a small discussion about this last night. I don't personally think that this resolution changes very much, but on the other hand, I don't think it needs to. I don't think Putin has any intention of blowing up.
It was a massive warning, Nick. It was a massive.
Well, let me finish. The first of all has to pass, although I'm sure it will. Secondly, it's not binding on the president. It just expresses, the strong feeling, and it's good from that point of view. But it is not going to change whether or not Putin is going to blow up the power plant. I think is the point I would say. I personally believe he's not going to, but I don't believe this will change his mind on that. So it's an important part of the political game. Absolutely. But in terms of the actual concrete substance, I don't think that Putin's going to go, oh, the US Senate passed this resolution. I was going to blow up the power plant, but I'm not going to. It also includes, as we saw last night, all kinds of Weasley language. So it says something like causing substantial human harm to people in NATO countries. Well, it's not going to cause substantial human harm to people in NATO countries because Chernobyl didn't cause substantial human harm to people in NATO countries. So, and this is another 500 miles away. And Chernobyl, we were a bit unlucky with the wind, as somebody said last night. 80% of the fallout from anything that happens at Zaporizhia is going straight over to Rostov-on-Don or points north. So, this is nice. It's nice to hear about. But in terms of will it make a difference to whether Putin is going to blow this thing up or not? No, it won't. But I don't think that matters because I don't think he's going to. So it keeps us busy. It keeps us talking. It keeps the politicians. It keeps Ukraine absolutely front and center in the United States. And it may help reassure some people in the United States and Europe who are worried that Putin might do it and who think that this might reduce the chance he'll do it. So from that point of view, I'm all in favor. But in terms of what I think is going to happen, I don't think he's going to go up the plant, and I don't think this is going to make a difference to his decision on that. So I think it has excellent value in several ways. It just isn't actually going to change anything. But as we've learned, and I mean, as we all know, I think from just sort of being functioning adults, very often the perception is more important than the reality.
I'll hand it to Lexicon in a second, but Nick, I think you're completely wrong on how US politics works. Because if the two of the maybe 6 leading Democrats and Republicans stand up and say this, Richard Blumenthal is not known for saying something which the Senate leader hasn't okayed. Richard Blumenthal is not known for saying something which his party leader, which in this case is the president, would not tolerate. On the contrary, Richard Blumenthal, however, is known for his long-standing support for Ukraine, as has been John McCain, has been Amy Klobuchar, and have been people such as Lindsey Graham, who all have been traveling, by the way, also last year, and together. And they've been on joint trips on a regular basis. Richard Blumenthal has authorized massive amount of aid because he was in the Senate Armed Services Committee. And as a consequence, he's extremely important amongst the top 10 people in the US to authorize defense aid. That's the main difference to European politics. This man is exceptionally important in the US. Exceptionally important. He's a major voice for Ukraine in the Democratic Party. And therefore, it matters a great deal more than you think. He's also part and parcel, whilst he is not part of the Gang of Eight, he is extremely close to the Democratic Party leadership since ages, and he will be one of the best informed Democrats on this matter, because he's also briefed on intelligence matters, given the fact that he's in the Armed Services Committee. And the last point is that, and this is where I beg to differ, I'm absolutely certain that the Russians will blow up part of the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. The question is what they will blow up, how they will blow it up, and to what extent they'll try to scaremonger people, whether it is just the pool, one of the storage buildings, or whether they'll even try their utter incompetency at one of the reactors. But
yes,
Mr.
I mean,
Budanov,
I imagine they'll blow up the generators.
Nick, wait one second. Before I hand it to Lexi on the American side of things, and then we'll return to you, the key thing is Mr. Budanov is absolutely certain that they're willing to blow up one of the 4 reactors they have mined. Lexicon.
Yeah, I think the key thing is the scare. I mean, 95% of what's going on in this war, if unbelievably, is psychological in the sense is, do people have the nerve to fight? Well, yes. In the case of the Ukrainians, they definitely do. Does NATO and do American politicians have the nerve to support them in the fight? Well, more or less they do. Are they doing it enough that they could be stopped right here, right now, this year? No, not at all. And why not? Well, the reason we keep coming back to is this incomprehensible, unreasonable fear. I think this is an extremely important resolution. The notion that Putin was not going to do it anyway, I don't think it's the point. What Putin has got is the deterrence that we're so sadly, madly searching for. He's got people scared into thinking he'll do something. And I think the man, as I've often said, is frustrated and enraged, and he wants to just do damage. He may want to simply do enough damage to this physical plant that Ukraine can't use it for a long time. He wants to do things that hurt Ukraine, and above all, he wants to do things that frighten Ukraine's supporters, and things that frighten off Ukraine's supporters to give meaningful, rapid, incredibly effective, efficient support, which they could do. At any rate, I think that he could simply do damage, but by continuing to wave around, because we don't know. We have disagreement among us as to what that would amount to, and can he create a meltdown or not. It's entirely unnecessary for us to even well, we won't, the group of us know, nor will the group of American administration and representatives know. So they just need that fear about. And what this has done has been to say, look here, we've got some deterrent capability here. It's a reassertion of deterrence that we have not seen for a very long time. No one has said a word about a true red line and about a NATO concept of deterrence from the start. And this is the first time, and the breadth of it, I think, is what's its strength, that it said, you cause so much as a mess with nuclear materials. You go and fiddle around with the water and throw a couple gallons of it on the lawn. And this is Article 5, this triggers an Article 5
Except
response.
it doesn't, because it clearly states that
it doesn't matter what it
substantial
does,
human
David.
harm in a NATO country.
Yeah, but what matters, David, is that they've not said we will then proceed to measure whether or not substantial human harm is being caused in a NATO country. What they've said is you muck about with this stuff and we are coming down
But
on
that's
you.
actually the wording. That's actually the wording. Substantial
It's all right. It's
human
all right.
harm.
But how are we all taking it? We know very.
Well, the question of how we're taking it is a question of how it's worded.
It is a question. No, David, they're not going to go to a court of law and Vladimir going to say, but you said you wouldn't do this unless I cause substantial human harm, and you have to measure and tell me that. That's exactly what's not going to happen. The whole point here, we are playing chicken, only it's not a game. And what these two, I mean, for the first time, we've seen some stiffness, some stoutness in response vis-a-vis this nuclear chicken that Putin is playing. I mean, I, for one, and I'm not alone in being absolutely fed up with it. And the more I think, as you do, that it's ridiculous and that he hasn't the means or the stomach for it, the more I'm fed up that with all he needs to do is to say, there will be consequences. We will do what is necessary. He doesn't even say the words. And these guys tremble and won't send ATACMS. I mean, I'm fed up, and I'm glad
I
to
think
see.
that's a separate. I think that's a separate issue.
It's
Again,
separate issue
those
in many
words.
ways. But what I'm trying to say, David, is that what they've done is to trot out a bit of rhetoric in a way that was not all that difficult. It took people of this stature. It's where they sit in the pecking order of American politics and decision making. What they've done is to say to the administration, you have bipartisan backing. This is from people who can deliver that. And they've said, you have the backing to say to this man, enough is enough. We'll have none of that. And do you want to try us? I mean, this whole thing is 99% politics and the words, and is talking for once about not figuring things out in some high commission in some European capital. It says, we see it this way. So just
No, but it literally
don't.
says substantial human harm. If
That's
substantial
right.
human harm is
That's
not
right.
caused, then the resolution does not apply.
But
Words
how
are
are we all
important.
taking it? How are
That's
anyway,
our problem.
we'll
That's our
leave
problem.
this up.
As I
It's
said,
not,
it's good.
no,
It's good
his
for morale.
problem.
It's good for our morale, and I approve of it
Anyway.
on that basis. It
No,
doesn't
you're wrong,
stop
Nick.
him.
You're wrong, Nick. Substantial human harm includes the people who die due to the radiation at the plant. That's the whole point. That's the definition
In a
of an
NATO
accident.
country. In a NATO country.
No.
Yes.
I have to. No.
That's what it
Can I help
says.
you? Can I help you? Would you stop interrupting me, or do I need to mute you? Substantial human harm in a NATO country is one component of an accident. One component. Because we do have substantial human harm if only the radiation from there flows through the Dnipro and hits Romania, which it will. It will. Radiation, if caused in this case, will emanate into the Dnipro. Therefore, it will touch definitely Romania. It will almost likely touch Bulgaria. It will touch at any point in time, even Turkey, albeit much later. In the moment when there is radioactive leakage in whatever form, and it goes into the Dnipro basins, the condition for substantial human harm is fulfilled because of the Black Sea Littoral Partnership. That's it. End of story. There's not even discussion about it. There is a plan in NATO for this. We discussed it here on this very space with Ben Hodges last year. We have these plans. They were even declassified, Nick. I have seen shit like this. In the moment they do this, they are fucking toast. It's a different world then. Welcome to mine.
That's
Genius.
why I don't think he has, as I say, I don't think he has any intention of doing it, given that he can also
He will do
blow
it
up all
anyway.
of the electricity
He will do
generating
it
part.
anyway. He will do it anyway and try to claim that it's something the Ukrainians have done. He will try to do it. The question is whether he will do the storage, the pool, both of them, and or try a reactor, as Budanov indicated. Trust me. I'm not a betting person. They have mined this shit completely, like they did the Novakhovka Dam. They will try us, and we will have to be staunch and solid.
Well, he
Just
can
be
get
ready
all
for
the
it.
he can get all the damage and all the panic for none of the radiation simply by blowing up all the generating part. You know,
He could, but I doubt that his engineers are capable of doing that. That
that's not very
requires
difficult.
that's a controlled explosion, and it's very difficult to do. So we had the discussion with Eugene Schwammer here, by the way, if you remember, the professor at Cambridge for nuclear engineering, at the department where Mark Nelson and Luis and others studied. Unfortunately, all three of them can't be here tonight. We'll try to do this during the week as planned. But you'll see, this is a major concern. But at the same time, all of this can be handled. None of the things which this guy can do without a tactical nuclear weapon can be handled. If he puts a tactical nuclear weapon in one of the reactors, things will become awful. But even that can be handled.
Can I just interject here and just say, I know the conversation is getting a bit heated, but it has provided.
No, it's fine. It's completely fine.
No, I know.
It's completely.
But it's provided something new, which is we were talking about this just last night, I think, and it really didn't emerge in that discussion that actually the radiation carried by the Dnipro would be counted as significant harm, which only stands to reason. So, although I know it's getting a bit, fractious, I'm glad that you guys are talking about this because that was new to me. I didn't know that was the case. I do have a quick question,
But
though,
it has always been the case.
Oh yeah, maybe so, but I didn't know.
Sorry,
I didn't
apologies
know.
if I failed to make myself clear in the last 12 months or so in this regard. But yes,
No,
this is the case.
I mean, there's just so much information, so it's hard to absorb everything, So I do have a question, which is, okay, so these senators say, okay, that will constitute an Article 5, right? But NATO is like a separate entity, right? So would that just constitute a very strong recommendation to the president, or would that constitute perhaps the removal of a roadblock, i.e., in case the president feels that he needs Congress's support before going to NATO with Article 5, that removes that entirely because he knows in advance he doesn't need to go to Congress. Congress has made its mind up. Is that kind of the shape of it?
It's a bit less complicated and more complicated at the same time. If anyone wants to go first, otherwise I can do this in detail. But the long and the short of it is that the US president, in case of, for example, if an attack on any NATO member were to be made, Article 5 were to be called, this attack were timely, let's say time sensitive, then the chain of reactions would be extremely short. And things would probably be in a round robin, not even a phone call in this case. Now, there are plans for these kind of events. There's also plans with delay factors. If you look at the only time NATO ever had such an Article 5 event, things were, of course, driven by a different timeline. That was 9/11. And evidently, at that point in time, resolutions could be made. Actually, it was the United States as the aggrieved and attacked party. But let's play it through. Finland becomes subject to an attack by Mordor. In such instance, if the attack would immediately lead to a nuclear exchange, you can rest assured things would happen extremely quickly. Russian troops go across the border and try to take Finnish national assets. That is in Article 5. NATO would have a round-robin resolution quickly, and every member under the conventions of the Article 5 will be asked whether they declare their national support to the party. They do not have to, technically. They could technically opt out if they were to say that this doesn't constitute a full-scale attack. However, exempted from this are attacks with nuclear, chemical, and biological weapons. They are treated slightly differently by NATO. If there's a nuclear attack on any of the NATO countries or on critical infrastructure, then this is considered to be an attack on all. As such, you go back to round robin. That accelerates the decision-making process. That also, evidently, at that point in time, will trigger the full force and capability of NATO to wreak havoc on the attacker. That's the long and the short of it. I could go through for 5-6 hours on this matter because there's so many variations to it.
Okay, thank you for the summary, Axel. Very interesting.
I was just going to say, Axel, you know, the resolution hasn't actually even been introduced yet. It was simply presented by Senators Blumenthal and Graham. I think it will be introduced in the morning. It will then get a resolution number so that folks here can follow it. It will be referred to committee, the Senate Armed Services Committee, most likely, possibly also to the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. I think that there will be hearings held as quickly as possible. And in those hearings, language will probably be amended. But, you know, there's absolutely no question that these senators and this resolution will be leading administration policy. It might be prompting it, but I would go so far as to say it will be leading it. And to allay your concerns, Nick, that a pointless resolution might be passed by the U.S. Senate, the final paragraph of the resolution says something with even better open language, that the Senate urges the current administration to consult with NATO leaders and other European partners to develop a comprehensive response to minimize the threat to civilians and coordinate a diplomatic and military response commensurate with the situation. That is the final statement of the resolution, and that is what will hold most sway if it ever comes to it. So, Axel, I have no idea what the order of hands is.
Me neither. I'm so sorry. I just cleared off the area of the bonfire, which ended just now. The last bonfire is smoldering away here. Yani Pev is over. Winter is coming.
But not for a long, long time.
Yeah, but see, for us, when summer solstice hits us, in the moment, right after midnight, people typically say cheers to each other and the likes, and whatever language they want to do, hug each other, give each other the best wishes, have a sensible drink, and the next sentence you hear is, winter is coming.
I think it was Lexicon, Carl, G-Man, Boris, and then lunchtime. Lexicon, go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree. I agree that these steps will be extremely important. At the same time, so my feeling, my tremendous astonishment and pleasure at seeing this resolution come out came from the fact that the existence of the idea, the existence of the accepted idea of the resolution by these two men given who, of course, these two men are, is the most important thing to date. And one reason I felt that way is because we have not seen such a thing yet. And I think from that moment, Putin has had cause to think again. I think that the rhetoric, it's hard to say, there aren't enough events, but I believe the rhetoric will decrease. The resolution, and I really appreciate Alan's explanation of how it will proceed, but I think that the important consequence is the process, which puts a strong statement out, which says America feels this way and America is prepared to act this way. And the consequence then is that there is a stance taken. And the likelihood of any sort of thing happening decreases, but maybe even more important, the likelihood that military powers supporting Ukraine, and especially America, will have the nerve to stand up and deliver what's needed to give a very strong arm to Ukraine, because we don't need to be afraid of kind of so-called escalation. That America has just escalated to a really important psychological sort of break line. Do not cross this line, whatever color you perceive it to be. And that is, I mean, had that been said from the beginning, a number of other things from the beginning, perhaps we would have seen the whole course of delivery and the ability of Ukraine to act much different already. But at any rate, I think it's high time it be stepped up. And I think that there's some hope that the resolution will have that effect. That's what I hope for.
Lexicon, I think I can agree with you. This is John McCain-like leadership from the floor of the United States Senate. And it's been a very long time since we have seen such leadership. And I think you can also assume that the red line has, in essence, been drawn. And it's been drawn from the stance of America's moral authority. It has not been drawn out of fear of escalation or anything else. It comes from a sense of moral authority in the United States from the floor of the US Senate. So I think, Mr. M, you kindly gave us the order of hands as Carl, Boris, G-Time, a G-Man, and lunchtime. Carl, go ahead.
Yes, so for this whole resolution thing in their speech, what I heard as far as the message to Russia, aside from all the logistics of how the US and NATO works, was a simple message that basically it was, we've had enough, we've counted the cost, you do this one thing and we'll end you. Make no mistake, we'll end you. It was that strong. In my esteem, at least that would be the ears that Putin, the message that Putin will probably hear in his ears, or at least should hear. What happens from here, I don't know, but I'm just glad that finally a very clear message and red line was made.
Yep, I agree. Putin will get a very, very clear message. No question about it. Boris, please.
Hello, guys. I enjoy listening to your conversation since today, since you started talking about the reconstruction of Ukraine. Very good points. And I wanted to comment on this. I absolutely agree. It can be brilliant, especially in Ukrainian case. It can be example for many other nations around the world how to reconstruct, rebuild. Ukraine has this special potential about this, if properly communicated. I think it will be properly communicated. But now, my most recent comment from what I hear, guys, I enjoy a level of your sophistication on the matter, level of conversation and intellectual power you put to this subject. Believe me, I'm listening a lot of Russian-speaking voices for a long time, and you cannot expect anything like that in Russian, unfortunately. So, for example, I'm listening to one of most prominent and successful Russian thinkers who recently got Ukrainian citizenship, Alexander Nevzorov, and the probably level of his revelations on this subject is basically he is communicating that Russia is always selling blood, and it is the product number one, not the oil, but the blood. But most recently, of course, since KGB took over Russia, it's fear. They're selling to us fear, and it explains almost everything Kremlin does. So when it comes to nuclear power, it's selling fear. It's not selling electricity, but first of all, fear. So again, I grew up in USSR. I listening to Ukrainian, Russian voices. I cannot reach this level of your sophistication, understanding of politics. And actually, it makes me happy that Ukraine joined the right side in this civilization, because with people like you, we have future as human race, not with Russian speaking lead or Chinese speaking lead or Indian speaking lead. They will be there. I know a lot of Indians reading books as we speak, and a lot of Chinese reading books as we speak. So one day they will reach this level of sophistication and understanding the world, but they are not yet there. So thank you for being you, and thank you for this Western sophistication.
Thank you, Boris. But you know who led democracies back to where they should always have been? It's Ukraine who led democracies back to this position that we now have the strength and courage to take. So we have
That's true.
to thank
Yes.
Ukraine.
Yeah. Thank you. I'm not Ukraine. I'm just one of Ukrainians who lives abroad now, who is ready, listening carefully from messages from Ukraine. If they need me, if they need my professional experience, I will be very attentive to it. And believe me, every Ukrainian who now in Europe, in America, in Canada, we are listening like everyone else in this world, right? We are a global community. We are listening for proposition, and will be responsive, and we will contribute in restoration of Ukraine once we hear it, when we need it.
You know, there are a few ways the effect of this resolution and the power of it can be conveyed to Putin. First is its passage in the United States Senate, and my guess it will pass overwhelmingly with 1 or 2 votes in the negative. I can think of who they might be. The second way would be for Lloyd Austin to pick up the phone and call Shoigu and tell him about the passage of this resolution and what it means. And the third way would be for Joe Biden to pick up the hotline and call Putin and tell him directly, this is now American policy. And if that left Putin speechless, or if that left Putin finally saying to himself inside his little brain, they wouldn't do that, would they? And then we have achieved a great end, I think. Because we would do it.
Exactly. If he, it's very hard will be to convince someone of KGB origin as Putin that selling fear won't work, because this is actually he's trained since he's 20 years old or even before that selling fear is one of the best businesses. He practiced it in the 90s, practically selling fear to businessmen when he was just mafia boss, one of mafia bosses. And then he became president, and he, for first time, he tried to try different things to succeed, but unfortunately, Russia was not so successful in technologies and stuff like this. So they, one moment, somewhere in 2008 probably, or even before in 2004 or 3 when they started meddling, I mean, a little bit muscling around. They decided again to sell fear because that's what's one of the best Russian products according to Alexander Nevzorov. What I mean, if someone could come, I actually don't believe he is able to listen. You're right. He's a small brain. It's a reality. It's so obvious for me personally. I cannot when I hear that someone considering him intelligent person, it's insulting me because I hear he is not an intelligent person, Putin himself. He's a primitive, a KGB operative who took so much power and oil money that we start picturing him as something special. He is not. He's selling fear, and the way he need to be communicated, in my opinion, it's exactly saying this: you're selling fear, won't work, will harm you physically, your family physically, man. This is the moment when we have to tell you, and your friends physically, and you won't be looking so happy. Your Peskov will lose his look like he's Porsche guy, and that's how we communicate with from you now on. Because everything else, he's unable even understand because he's not trained for that, not educated for that. So again, we, the West, and modern Russian narrative discourse on absolutely different levels. And in this discourse, there are many prominent Russian speakers, but Putin not one of those. He's not able to understand anything but just brutal power. He understood Prigozhin message only after it was communicated to him this way. We enter army to Moscow. Listen to me. Then he appeared on TV with this pale face and he started listening. So the other things, saying that, oh, well, we will be, it's, I mean, you understand better than me what I mean.
Yes,
All right.
I do, Boris. Thank you. I also think that events yesterday will convince a majority of U.S. Politicians and policymakers that we actually have nothing to fear from Russia and Putin themselves. I would go all the way back to Franklin Delano Roosevelt and encourage people to remember we have nothing to fear but fear itself. That is the ground on which the United States needs to stand, and that is the ground that this resolution puts the U.S. on. So to G-Man, and then to lunchtime. G-Man?
Good evening. Lots of important discourse tonight. I want to talk about words because words are important. And the senators that presented this motion that's going to be debated or launched onto the floor of the Senate hopefully tomorrow, presented words. They're very important words because they're words that haven't been spoken on the floor of the Senate for a very long time. I'm going to read some other words from the past. July 17th, 1980, at the Republican National Convention, one Ronald Reagan said these words: "We know only too well that war comes not when the forces of freedom are strong, but when they are weak. It is then that tyrants are tempted." This became what was known as the Reagan Doctrine. That was the support of freedom for all the people around the world. His idea was peace through strength. It led to the modernization of America's forces. Arguably, it led to the bankruptcy of the institution or the nation or the state, the criminal state that was the Soviet Union. Since then, the West has forgotten, because we are imperfect people and we forget. Everybody forgets. Unfortunately, nations forget, institutions forget. It was forgotten. It was forgotten over the 40 years, 41, 43 years since those words were first uttered. And we allowed fear to cloud our judgment. And that is why we're here. The Cold War was won because deterrence, but not just because deterrence. Deterrence was only part of it. The deterrence doesn't work if the people you're trying to deter don't believe you. And the people that we were trying to deter, one Vladimir Putin among others, no longer believed that we were serious. He thought that he could buy up political parties. He did so, and just confuse, divide, and conquer. And we don't allow that to happen. So this motion to be presented in the Senate may only be words, and some of the words might trick some lawyers, but the words still matter. That's my monologue. My other piece that I wanted to say was, I'm seeing from Dmitry, War Translated account, footage from the Russian-controlled, allegedly, left bank of the Dnipro at the Antonovsky Bridge show a Russian BTR-82 firing and moving to pick up evacuating Russian soldiers from fire by Ukrainian soldiers. So there seems to be a small level foothold. So let me see this here, messages sent back. So messages have been sent on Telegram by Russian forces requesting artillery. Yeah, on Telegram. So that's significant. Don't know how significant, but it's still good news. Slava Ukraini.
Heroam Slava.
Heroam Slava.
Well, of course, Telegram is a secure channel if you're inside Russia. If you are asking for artillery on Telegram, you know only the artillery battery will receive the message. But G-Man, I totally agree with you. You know, the spirit of this resolution is as important as the words. And as I say, the spirit is very, very clear. This is John McCain-like leadership on the floor of the Senate, delivered by Senators Blumenthal and Graham. And they will have, I think, a good number of co-sponsors the moment they introduce this bill on the floor of the Senate. G-Man for a follow-up, then Lunchtime and Griffin.
Yes, thanks, Alan, for the follow-up. A question, I suppose. So first of all, the motion being presented tomorrow, all being well, in the Senate, is there likely to be a corresponding motion in the House? And then the other comment I have is, I'd like to answer that in a minute. The other question, or the point I'll have is, we will see how significant the motion, or the motion being presented, is by the response by a certain select few in the Republican Party at Senator Graham. People will be.
We have this response already.
It's already there. Okay, good.
John Cornyn, and the whole Senate Republican caucus have already signed up on this matter. This thing will fly in the Senate, with a notable exception of the son of a fascist libertarian, the suitably stupid doctor, and maybe one completely crude, hard left communist on the other side. But it's going to fly.
Yeah, so which proves the horseshoe theory again. What I meant is, if
did you say
is
it
are
Northern Irish for horseshoe?
we want to ignore anyway.
Irish for G-Man, was that Northern Irish for horseshoe?
No, it was Northern Irish for
For
horseshoe.
horseshoe. I'm sorry, I'm taking the piss. I apologize to you, but no, you're absolutely right. It is, of course, the horseshoe. But at the same time, the sticky ends of the horseshoe often enough are covered in horse shit. In this case, trust me, I would love to dump those into horse shit.
You might get your chance someday, Axel, to do that very thing.
You mean Senator Rand Paul finally waking up to a proper odor?
Yes, which might wake him up. So lunchtime and then Griffin, please.
He is not a proctologist, is he?
Only an
No.
amateur proctologist, I believe.
I know, I'm joking. I'm sorry, I apologize. I should not have made that joke.
But I mean, you could just save up some poodle poo, Axel, and just pelt him with it.
If he were a veterinarian, trust me, and were to come close to my dogs, that would be the end of it.
That's a pleasing thought. So just wanted to pick something up, which is this resolution talks about. It was the second bit that Alan read out, which was something like, we've got to sort of find diplomatic and military solutions in the case of such aggression, right? One would hope that's already happened. It's been more than a year and a half, right? Or something like that. So presumably this is already underway. Presumably someone somewhere has thought, oh gosh, they might actually blow that thing, seeing as they, as the Russians occupied it quite some time ago, quite early into the war. Presumably there's a contingency. Presumably military minds have already thought about this. Or is this going to be one of those things where,
I
there's
guarantee.
like, oh gosh, we just thought, oh right, we better come up with a plan and take
No,
3 years to do it.
I guarantee it's already happened lunchtime, and it has happened in detail. And in 15 days' time, there will be a refresher course at the Vilnius summit. But I guarantee this has already been thought through in detail.
I mean, I wonder if really the point of this is to give something to stoke opposition in Russia to this idea, right? So, and this is something that I've consistently said that Biden has been completely crap with, just some consistent messaging saying, right, this far and no further, come on, we're not messing around here, stop this, right? It just takes a bit of conviction and being a bit stern, and that's kind of what the Cold War taught us. That's what the Cold War taught us, really. Over and over again, we'd get to some sort of flashpoint or whatever. There'd be some jet that did something else to some other jet or whatever. But every time it happened, the Russians backed down because ultimately they would not be able to prevail. And they knew it, right? They knew that there was a lot of bluster, and they knew that ultimately, if push came to shove, the way things were with the US and with the UK and with Western Europe, they would not prevail. And although the gulf in military might has just gotten wider, let's face it, despite their lovely trade shows or whatever, someone was talking about going to Russian trade shows and various Middle Eastern countries buying up their nice-looking machinery, nice-looking military equipment. Despite all these nice trade shows, we've had quite the demonstration of how crap their military equipment is, and how enormous a gulf there is between NATO and Russia. So it's just infuriating, completely infuriating, that there hasn't been clearer and more stern messaging from the White House regarding this. But there we go. We can but hope that Congress pushes them in the right direction, and we can but hope that this sort of rather staunch declaration that this sort of thing is not to be it will not be taken lightly, will not be brushed under the carpet, and would be considered significant provocation to the US and to the West and to NATO. Perhaps this will give pause, and perhaps it will give succor to those who might oppose such a move in Russia. Let's hope so.
Yeah, my guess is lunchtime. This resolution was in the top drawer of a senator's desk and has been there for some time. That an intelligence briefing in armed services or foreign relations or both in the U.S. Senate is what dictated the timing of its announcement. They probably took it out of the top drawer, dusted it off, read it through one or two times, and Blumenthal and Graham held their press conference to present it. As I say, it will be introduced ASAP. I don't know exactly what the Senate calendar is. The 4th of July vacation will be coming up shortly. I don't know when Congress intends to adjourn this week, but sometime this week. I do hope this resolution gets introduced tomorrow during morning business time, referred to committee, and a hearing scheduled all in the same day. So to Griffin
Alan,
and Axel, yes.
I'm sure on the original text of the resolution, there were three names. Tower, Goldwater, and Nunn.
I think you might be right about that, as a matter of fact. And I remember each of those senators quite well. So, Griffin.
So sorry, just to,
go ahead, lunchtime.
Wouldn't you think that, I mean, I would have thought blowing the dam is what triggered this, right? Rather than any intelligence stuff, because I feel like, as Russia crosses one thing after another, there's presumably, I mean, I don't know how, this is maybe wishful thinking, but presumably there is a sort of measure or two that's been set up to respond in case there is such a scenario. So I would have thought blowing the dam would have triggered this, unless you know different, Alan, of course.
It's not that I know. Let's just say a combination of events led to Senators Blumenthal and Graham holding their press conference last Friday. Let's just say that. And the dam is no doubt one of those events. David, welcome back. I'm glad to see you have had.
Oh, well, thank you very much. Yes.
Can you hear me
I
now?
put my phone in the fridge.
Can you hear me now?
I can. But I could hear you last time when I restarted. I just couldn't hear you 20 minutes later.
So Griffin has been very patient. Griffin, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Alan. There's probably two and maybe more issues here. One political and two military. The political side is this resolution, which is there for political reasons to gain support within Congress and within the American people. However, it's not required. The President of the United States has the right to attack or any threat to the United States. And the treaty has already been signed by Congress, laying out the terms of the NATO agreements, including Articles 4 and 5. Now, last week, the alliance declared or restated Article 4. That was a direct line to Putin and to Russian generals and admirals that, hey, we're not fooling around here. This is serious stuff. And if you're so foolish as to attack a nuclear station, this will be considered an imminent threat and an actual attack on NATO members. So they have the legal, if you will, authority to go ahead and do this at Biden's direction, or as a direction of any of the European members that would be affected. And there's numerous ones downwind that include Poland and Hungary and Slovakia and so on and so forth. So I would suspect they would be also demanding Article 5 to take place. The problem with this is if it is not them blowing up the nuclear power plant, but somehow fire a tactical nuke at Ukraine. It has also been stated by Biden and by the treaty, by the North American Treaty Organization, North Atlantic Treaty Organization, sorry, that would be considered a bridge too far, and Article 5 would be put in place. The devil here will be if it's the latter, that is, they use tactical nukes. What is the response going to be? If the response is to be to hit every known mobile tactical nuke location, will that trigger more nuclear fallout? And that's a question that seems logical, but I'd throw it up for people more knowledgeable on such matters. But again, going back to the political, Biden is smart getting his people in the Senate going ahead with this resolution to gain support through Congress and put those idiots at like the extremists on the Republican side, push them into a corner. And knowing full well that the most of the American people would support such action. Over to you.
Yeah, I think that the response to a tactical weapon being used by Russia against Ukraine would be much more than you are describing. It would be an overwhelming conventional attack on every conceivable military target inside Russia. And I don't think there would be much that Russia could do in response to that. I will also, there was a question earlier, will there be a companion resolution introduced in the House? There could be. It's not necessary. A Senate resolution on its own is directive enough, especially in terms of foreign policy. But if the House were to introduce, some House members were to introduce a companion resolution, I would guess there would then be a joint resolution that would come out of that. And so the full Congress would then throw its weight behind such a resolution as this. But Axel, don't you think that the military response, as outlined by Ben Hodges and others here, would be that devastating conventional assault on Russian military assets?
I have no doubt.
There wouldn't be a single Russian ship afloat. And so in order, we now have Nick and Peter and Lexicon. Nick.
I presume, kind of in response to lunchtime a little bit, but people have been saying, oh, Biden should be more firm, etc. I imagine that a great many conversations take place between Washington and Moscow that don't result in press releases and readouts. So I imagine, for example, we have not been told by the US that NATO will sink the Russian fleet in its port. Although we can, imagine that's what will happen. I'm sure they will have been told. And we have this with others. Oh, well, why isn't the West saying more about X, Y, and Z? Not everything takes place in public. And similarly, this resolution, I imagine that Blumenthal and Lindsay, who are patriots, will not have and acting bipartisanly before they put this resolution together and presented it, they'll probably have run it past the White House and said, we're going to do this, and as a minimum, just as a courtesy. And I imagine it would have the full approval of the White House, and therefore is not something that says, oh, the White House needs to, a kick up the backside. So Biden, it's not a law that he can veto. So all of these things are, if I were one of those anti-establishment conspiracy theorists, I'd be saying, well, of course, this is just the deep state. And it's like, yeah, I quite like the deep state when it does things like this. So I don't think there's any great surprises going on here. I don't think there's any implied critique of Biden. I'm sure he will welcome it. I'm sure that there will have been people from the administration having a look at some of the T's and lowercase j's to make sure that they are crossed and dotted respectively. So it's very much a political thing. I do hope, either one thing, I do hope that the media coverage of this is careful in terms of the perhaps lower information US voters who do not perhaps fully understand NATO Article 5. I do have a slight worry, and it's a 15% worry. It's not an 80% worry, but I do have a slight worry of people going, hold on, if there's a radiation leak, we go to war with Russia, and that gets to be phrased, I think, in a number of different ways, and it gets to be positioned in a number of different ways. But there will be people looking to make capital out of it, e.g. Biden wants your kids to go to war because of, someone in Moldova's going to have to, kill their sheep or something. So there is scope for mischief in this, because there's always scope for mischief when people act decisively. And I hope that we're getting better at working out in advance that sort of trolling is going to happen, and that there is a communication plan to address it. Because as we've seen today, there are forces notably on the far Republican right, but not only. Today's story is apparently that the whole thing yesterday was a massive feint, and that Prigozhin, having been barreling down the M4 motorway, took a left turn, and then 18 hours later, he'd crossed 800 kilometers into Belarus with 25,000 men on basically single track roads. And it was, because Russia has a few highways, but guess where they all lead to? And so, there is this non-stop stream of shit, as what was it? Flood the zone with shit, Steve Bannon. And so this is going to mean that the words NATO Article 5 are going to be on the evening news of the kind of people who only watch the evening news. And there will be a need to inform some lower information people about that. That's my slight concern when this comes out. Otherwise, I completely welcome it.
Yeah, my hope that the media, especially in the United States, can be told how to do their job better is never going to be realized. The media, however it's constituted, is going to do their job the way they do their job. There's nothing we can do about it. And Nick, I do wish there was a deep state. I am only familiar with what I call the steep state, and I know that many a boulder have been rolled up that steep state only to tumble back down into the valley. And maybe it's the valley of sin. Peter and Lexicon.
Yeah, I just wondered what you'll know a lot better than I do. What's the difference between, say, Russia and Belarus? Because they are actually separate countries. Russia has its own.
Is Peter speaking?
Sorry.
Yes, Peter is.
Yes,
speaking,
he is.
Lexicon.
Oh dear.
But we can hear you. But just we'll let you know.
I'll listen.
Concludes.
Right. Okay. Yeah. So what's the actual? Russia is one country. Belarus is separate. They both have their own separate legal systems or their own separate things on the use of nuclear weapons and when they can or can't use them. And I just wondered what everybody thinks. What is the reason behind Russia putting these weapons into Belarus? I mean, what are they actually trying to achieve by doing that? Other than
fear. It has no military value whatsoever. They're just trying to get us talking about nuclear weapons. Lukashenko has no more capacity to actually fire those nuclear weapons than Olaf Scholz has to fire the nuclear weapons that the United States holds in bases in Germany. They are physically located within the boundaries of Belarus. Woohoo!
Yeah.
Luca hasn't been given. Luca hasn't been given the football, the biscuit, or the pin codes.
I just wondered on the other point with what's his name? Forgive, I've got nothing in my tongue now. Say it for me.
Prigozhin.
Yeah. Who?
Prigozhin.
Yeah, Prigozhin. Sorry, that's it. He kind of it just crossed my mind that he would have Russia are getting very concerned with Belarus, that obviously, you know, they have a useless army, they have an army that aren't really committed, etc. And I think Russia wanted to have a much more direct control over Belarus. You know, I think they wanted to have a lot more influence, a lot more control, and probably ideally to take it into Russia. And I just wonder whether taking Wagner in there, Wagner is a private company rather than...
No, Wagner is not going there, Peter. I can relieve you of that concern. Wagner troops are currently being offered two things. They can either be actually three things. They can either be fully integrated into the Russian armed forces and remain armed in Russia, and they may be dispatched by the Russian armed forces as they see fit. Or they can go back into fighting posture under the control of the Russian armed forces directly in Ukraine. Or alternatively, remain in place where they are to be either disarmed or dispatched to other locations outside of either Ukraine or Russia, to Africa or not. At no time has there been any significant statement by the Russian armed forces, by the presidential administration, that Wagner forces were to be sent to Belarus. On the contrary, the only person who's going to Belarus, according to the stated agreement from the presidential administration, is Mr. Prigozhin, if he goes there. That's it. Not Wagner, no nothing. That's a rumor. It's wrong. Has no basis in fact. Next.
Right. Great. Thank you very much. Lex are going to have a go, because that's just one thing I wanted clearing up. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. And Axel, let me ask you, I know that we have some housekeeping to accomplish, a space restart. Is this something we can do
That's a great
immediately?
idea now. Let's do it, because we want to have all our fair, wonderful Android users back. Yes, we would love you to have a real phone, but at the same time, you have your preferred little gadget and you can play with it, and we will happily re-invite you. So why don't we do this now, Alan? Shall we?
Let's do it on your count, Axel.
No, you count,
and everyone.
I'll do the thingy.
So I missed that. What was that? So I heard something about Android.
Yes, David, we are restarting the space in order for all Android users to once again join us with an updated Android app, or whatever the hell they call it over at Android.
Does that mean I have to update my app?
Well, maybe you already have. Let's update the space and find out, David.
David, just before we reboot, and for the listeners, there's been a problem with the Android app freezing if you're listening after about 8 or 9 minutes.
I have had that, yes.
Okay, it's similar to a problem that we had before that was fixable by going back to a previous version. However, I tried a version that's five versions old from mid-May, and that also didn't fix it. So this time we do not think that the problem is, at least uniquely, the app version. It's some combination of various other things with at least the current incarnation of the space. So restarting the
10,
space may or may
9,
not fix the problem, but we have to do it.
8.
Who knows?
7,
I mean, it's worth a try.
6.
See you on the other side.
Shall we keep talking whilst he's doing the countdown? I'm still talking.
I'm totally still talking. I mean, for
you can
goodness
tell that
sake,
joke
Axel,
now.
you don't have to turn us up.